Let's look and see.
3 years.
I just want to see, you can look in here and see that.
Not-
Sign it, David, in the audience.
Open website.
Yeah, it's all signed.
Okay.
Tom? Yeah, Tom did.
And either one, you mute that.
Recording in progress.
Okay. Right here?
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Council member, ready? All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to a regular meeting of the Dearborn Heights City Council. It is now being called to order at 6:05 p.m. Today is October 24th, 2023. Madam Clerk, can you please take roll call?
Yes, Dave Abdallah,
Here.
Zuhair Abdel-Hak,
Here.
Hassan Ahmad,
Here.
Moby Dun,
Here.
Nancy Breyer. Here. Robert Constant
Here.
and Tom Wenzel.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
Next up on our agenda is our Pledge of Allegiance, and this is going to be led by our former council member, Ray Muscat.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Look at my agenda.
Council Chair,
Yes, Councilman.
I'm sorry, before we move on, do you mind taking a moment of silence for all the innocent life lost in the Middle East for the conflict?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Council Chair.
Thank you very much, Councilman.
Thank you, Councilman.
Next up on our agenda is City Council resident recognition.
Council Chair, elected officials, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Today, we gather to celebrate the remarkable dedication of an individual who has given nearly 8 years of his life to serve our community. While we acknowledge the years of service, we must also recognize the deeply rooted love and commitment that this public servant has for our city. Ray Muscat was born in Detroit, and his connection to the city goes back to the early years. It was a connection that eventually led him to Dearborn Heights at the age of 12, where he resided for almost 59 years. His deep-rooted pride and love for the city, the place he has called home for so long, became the driving force behind his involvement in city policy. Before officially taking the role of councilman, Mr. Muscat had been attending city council study sessions and regular meetings since 2002. He was always attentive to what was being done and what was not being done, showing a keen interest in the well-being of our community. His journey includes attending Michigan Christian College in Rochester, Michigan, followed by a job at Chrysler Corporation. However, it was at Ford Motor Company where he truly excelled, dedicated 42 years to Ford as a skilled tradesman. Over the years, Mr. Muscat has played a crucial role in problem solving, keeping a watchful eye on the city spending, and most importantly, extending a helping hand to everyone who reach out, regardless of the nature of their concern. It is this commitment to resolving issues and witnessing the joy on the faces of those who has helped has defined his years of service. To all who aspire to serve, whether an elected or staff capacity, Ray's journey serves as a reminder that public service is not an easy task. It requires dedication, deep love to the community, and unwavering commitment to fulfill the trust placed in you by the citizen. It's not a task for the faint-hearted, but rather for those who truly care about their community. Today, we celebrate Ray Muscat's outstanding service and express our deepest gratitude for the years of hard work, dedication, and commitment to Dearborn Heights. This proclamation is a token of our appreciation, symbolizing the legacy Councilman Ray Muscat has created for our community. Please join me in congratulating Ray and wishing him all the best in his future endeavor. Chair, Abdallah present proclamation, and if we can have all council members for a group photo, please. Councilman, thank you so much.
Well, it just feels like I'm getting married. Congratulations. Here's my wife with you. No.
What are we doing? He's gonna be your best man if you get married again? Uncle Bob. All right, here we go again.
Wait, now, let's get Tom where Tom can be seen. Yeah, Tom, look in there. Can you open it up? At least
We're good,
it's
we're
in
good,
there.
we're good.
We want
Got
to
it, yeah. Come on up, no, come on up, I'm good, come on up. come on
move
up.
him in. Come on, Tom, you get a nice shirt.
Come.
Here we go, guys, right here. Big smile.
Thank you.
Just a couple words, Councilman. First of all, I want to say that State Representative Erin Burns could not make it tonight. She got tied up in Lansing. She also has a proclamation for Councilman Ray Muscat. No speeches. I'm just going to speak from the heart. Yeah. This man here, I fell in love with him right away when I started working with him. We ran for council at the same time. And the first thing that I did was I met with him and our current treasurer, Lisa Hicks Clayton. And I said, let's keep this thing just a clean campaign. Let's everybody give it their all, go all in. And whoever wins, and God wants to win, will win. And whoever loses, it's okay. Thank you for at least participating. I had the privilege and the honor of serving with this young man. And I got to tell you, a lot of things that a lot of residents don't know is the conversations that go on behind closed doors when we're on telephone calls late at night, texts, emails, meeting at restaurants, et cetera, et cetera. And I can tell you, if there's one thing I could say about Councilman Muscat, This guy was all in on his dive into the ocean of the residents' concerns. I mean, more than anybody I know. And I just gotta tell you, it was an honor serving with him. It's been an honor knowing him. He's a friend and a brother, and I feel blessed to have gotten to know him.
Please. I'm sorry, we're gonna be with Commissioner Kenizig for a tribute as well.
Before he gives his speech, Ray.
Before this. No, go ahead.
Good evening to the mayor and the council. First, want to just say how much I appreciate the opportunity to coordinate on this tonight so that all of us across all levels of government can come together to honor Ray Muscat. I've mentioned here in months past that of all the folks that have known me throughout the course of my life, Ray has known me almost the longest. His mother-in-law lived next door to my parents on Lafayette Street. The day I came home from the hospital, Ray held me in his arms. So he's known me for all of 25 years now. That's very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Thank you. Thank you. You know,
Got a bad life.
rough. What can be said that hasn't been said already about Ray? One of the things that I always, I think, took such great comfort and solace in is the fact that whether he was sitting up here on the dais or out here in the audience, Ray was always doing the right thing for the residents. To be willing to put in that time and that energy for so long, to sit here, to be a watchdog and to be a bulldog about what's going on in the council, to do it without pay, without recognition, to become an advocate for the residents without the title, I think just tells you so much about him and so much about his character. And to then see that translate onto the council, we all know, right? We've all seen those persons who run for office, they get the title, they get the position, then you wonder who the heck they are. They're the exact opposite of who you met when they were campaigning. Ray was the same person throughout this entire process. I think Ray also, for me, taught me how we're supposed to disagree in politics. So many folks want to run to social media. They want to run to their phones. They want to denigrate people, stab them in the back. Ray and I don't agree on everything, by far. But if he has an issue with me or if I have an issue with him, we pick up the phone, we hash it out. Maybe there's some colorful language in there. But we remember at the end of the day, we're still friends. And though we may disagree on the path to get somewhere, we still want to do what's in the best interest of the residents. And so I got to give Ray a tribute when I was in the Senate, when he retired from Ford Motor Company. I get to give you a tribute now as you leave the council, whatever you leave next. I'll be there too, Ray. Thanks for everything. Congratulations. Thank you. Yep. Oh, now you have to wait for me to take a picture. Sorry.
You get one by yourself. If I thought, go with them.
No.
All right, that's enough. Sweet. Wow.
I didn't sign up for this. I truly didn't. When you run for public office, you try to do public office to the best of your ability. And I've said this many times, with the tools that God gives you. It's not about recognition, accolades. It's about doing the right thing for the people who you represent. And I'm hoping to God that I fulfill that. And there's nothing in this world that I would like to be sitting back in my seat right now.
You can have it.
I told you, you know, it's not an easy job.
I know.
And I told Mr. Mayor a long time ago that he was going to fall into a pile of rubble here. And it's going to have him get his shirt dirty to clean out the rubble. And I still stand behind Mayor Bazzi. Not that we have agreed on everything. I don't think I've ever agreed with everybody on everything, that's for sure. But I still support him and his administration. I support our police department, our fire department. And most of all, I support my fellow citizens because you guys are the ones that make the city go around. I thank you. Very much.
Ray, the question everybody asked, by the way. Let's give him another round. Ray, the question that everybody asks, are you gonna start coming back to the council meetings? Cause I mean, you were in the audience before you were in the
That will
council.
happen one day, Mo.
Yeah.
That will be happen. I'm just to let everybody know, I still keep a watchful eye on this, a very watchful eye.
I'm in trouble.
Okay, and God willing, you'll hear from me.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ray.
Thank you, Ray. Next up is Police Chief Hart, swearing in of police officers and Director Swope.
Good evening, council and mayor, clerk. I'm Director Swope from the police department. Tonight's it's an exciting night for us. This is the second council meeting in a row where we're able to swear in some police officers. So we're moving in the right direction. We're replacing a lot of officers that everyone knows sort of went away at some point, and we're excited to have these officers come to our department. And this is about the officers tonight. So I'm going to introduce the first officer is going to be Khalil Hojej. If you step on up. So Officer Hojej, he's been a police officer for 10 years. He's actually been with our department for just over, I think, a month now or so. But he has not had the opportunity to be recognized officially and in front of council. So we wanted to recognize him as a police officer. So he's been a police officer for 10 years. He started his career in Phoenix, Arizona. After Phoenix, Arizona, he went to the private world and became an investigator for insurance companies. He did a great job doing that. He then left there and became an officer in Dearborn PD. He was there for 5 years, and now we're lucky enough to have Officer Hojej here at the Dearborn Heights Police Department. Officer Hojej has a bachelor's degree from Henry Ford and Davenport University, and you know, we're so glad that he's here. He's currently assigned to a school in our city. He's a school resource officer, and the school loves him, and we like the fact that he's there providing safety for our kids. Next is Officer Bilal Bazzi. So Officer Bazzi, he's been a police officer for over 3 years. He comes from the Monroe County Sheriff's Office. During his time at the Monroe County, actually he has a degree from Oakland County Community College. And while he was at Monroe County, he was a drug recognition expert. What that is someone who specializes in arresting drunk drivers. In 2021 and in 2022, Officer Bazzi was a recipient of the Mothers Against Drunk Driving Award for arresting so many drunk drivers. Yeah. So in last year, just to say, now we have him, but he led the state in drunk driving arrests. So that was great. In 2021, he was a Deputy of the Year, and we're so glad to have him. Our OWI arrests have skyrocketed within the last few months. You know, people need to drive safe, especially now that we have Officer Bazzi on our team. And the next is Mehdi Ayub. So Officer Ayub, he's been a police officer for 5 years. He came from the city of Melvindale. Before Melvindale, he actually worked for the Dearborn Heights Police Department. While working with the Dearborn Heights Police Department, He received a life-saving award. He was also the 2021 Officer of the Year. He has a degree. He has a degree from Henry Ford Community College. And he's going to be assigned to one of our schools as well. He's going to go to our Crestwood district, and we're excited to have him there. He was a school resource officer there previously, so they're going to have a great guy on campus.
Yeah, stand right there, and you guys kind of crunch in together a little bit. That'll work perfect.
Ready?
Yeah, let's spend on this.
I think they're going to swear.
I'm gonna swim in right here.
Yeah.
Make you want to turn. Right? Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
Support the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of this state,
Constitution of this state,
and that I will faithfully perform the duties of
and I will faithfully perform the duties of
police officer
police officer
in and for the city of Dearborn Heights,
and for the city of Dearborn Heights,
County of Wayne,
County of Wayne,
State of Michigan,
State of Michigan,
according to the best of my ability,
according to the best of my abilities.
so help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Front end a little bit. There, look good. Thanks.
I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our Dearborn Heights Police Department for focusing on adding additional police officer, and it's not gone unnoticed. I mean, they're bringing in things like 2-3 officers every meeting to be sworn in. So thank you for focusing on that, and God bless. Okay. Next up on our agenda is agenda approval.
Council Chair,
Councilman,
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the agenda of the regular meeting of October 24th, 2023 as submitted.
Second.
okay, motion made by Councilman Baidoon and seconded by Councilman Ahmad. Is there any discussion on that? Hearing none, all in
Council
favor,
Chair,
please state
Council
aye.
Chair, yes, I think we were asking to remove item 9E. I know we've met with Councilman Hack and I, myself, and even Director Jamal. But there's still some issues that we have to resolve with the situation. I would suggest a study session and us looking at a parliamentarian from the state to come in. I've talked with the MMRMA. I've talked with city attorneys from about 4 different cities. And I think we need to do a full study session on this issue, the language, because of the nature of amending the chart.
Okay, I don't want, so before we move into this, I don't want to go into, and I do respect your opinion. And I've even given it some thought after a conversation with the mayor about maybe 5, 7, 8 days ago, and also a conversation with you, Councilor. But I think at this particular point, unless all parties are in agreement in removing it, why don't we wait until we get to that, and then we'll have a discussion on that.
Yeah,
I think it'll be better, because unfortunately, sometimes what tends to happen, we'll go into a 10-minute discussion on this, and those will become the agenda item right now. So we'll go ahead and address that at that particular point, if you're okay with that, Councilman.
I'm okay with it. I met with Roger for a couple times, one time almost 1 hour, an hour and a half, in the presence of Director Jamal. We have some issues we need really to resolve. They are very serious to me. There is money, big amounts of money involved. I would like to have a study session, but I like to leave it when it comes to
We'll address
that.
that.
We'll address it.
Okay, no problem. So any other discussions on this? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on our agenda is item 4A.
Council Chair,
Councilman,
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the minutes for the regular meeting of October 10th, 2023, with a clarification to motion 23-462 that is only pending review of Corporation Council as submitted.
Support. Okay, motion made by Councilman Ahmad and seconded by Councilwoman Breyer. I'm gonna take discussion from the council members, but I do know that I spoke with the corporation counselor and he would like to have a word on that.
Yes, thank you, Council Chair. I spoke with our director, Mr. Jamal, and we agreed, the language would read that the CED, the legal services firm, review with your department, his department, the FEMA grant for approval and coordinate with Dearborn Heights Corporation Council, the signatory approval of the mayor and clerk as authorities on behalf of the recipient Dearborn Heights. In other words, I'm not reviewing that contract for approval. There's a designated firm through FEMA, through the contract with CEBG that does the review, but I will coordinate with them for the mayor's signature.
Okay, Director, you're good with that?
Yeah, actually, there is no need to make it wait anymore than sign the grant.
Okay, for those that couldn't hear on Zoom, the director said there's no need to meet with the mayor anymore. He's okay and ready to have the grant signed by the mayor. Okay, any discussion on that from council members?
I just have a question.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Mr. Jamal, is the city going to have any money to match that grant?
Come on up, please.
Yes. To the answer.
How much?
There will be 10% is about 290 and something. It's on the agenda. Now, we are gonna be designating that match from the water and sewage fund for now until we process CDBG DR disaster that we're trying to get money from there to match, so we'll not be actually using any city money, any taxpayers' money or fees from the water department. I am anticipating that CDBG DR will come second round. Unfortunately, nobody from Wayne County applied except Dearborn Heights. So we still have about 12 to 13
Did you
million
do the
dollars.
application, Mr. Jamal? Did you submit the application?
There was no second round yet. We did submit the first application for the bridges, which is $2 million. We didn't have an answer yet.
Thank you.
So they informed us that there will be a second round. We are waiting. So we'll be coordinating, with Wade Trim, the mayors and Engineer Deep to actually expand the application and the request for more money. It will include the CDBG DR match for the FEMA grant. It's eligible.
Thank you for your answer.
Okay, thank you, Director. Any other discussions from council members? Okay, hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on our agenda is item 4B, minutes from the special
Council
meeting of
Chair.
October 17th. Go ahead.
Chair.
Go ahead.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the minutes, excuse me, of the special meeting of October 17th, 2023 as submitted.
Support.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Baidoon and seconded by Councilman Abdel-Hak. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on our agenda is public hearings and comment on agenda items only. Whoever is here, we'll start with whoever's here, and then we'll go to Zoom next. You will have 2 minutes. Please state your name, city, and street on anything. And again, it has to be something on the agenda.
Yes, something on the agenda.
Okay, so is there something you want to pass?
Yes, first
Let's
pass and then.
So hold on, don't start yet. Let's. Is there something you're passing to us?
It's part of your backup.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm not gonna start the time until we pass Susan.
So for those in the audience that don't see what we're seeing, the gentleman has presented to us item 9F, which is on the agenda, which is Councilman Abdel-Hak's city charter competitive bid process affirmation. I know you don't see it, but it's the same thing that's on the agenda and available online. And if somebody's absolutely interested, they're welcome to have it. Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Hassan Ayun, public activist.
Wait, I'm sorry.
You want me to repeat again?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mobaidun.
Good afternoon.
Today, I came over here because, you know, when I usually go through the backup. You know, residents over here don't know what the backup is. Okay. The only way you can look up the backup is what I do is I go to the website and then I sit there and put the message and send it to myself so I can open the backup. It does not open, first of all. Second of all, the residents are supposed to know exactly every item that is approved to be on the agenda. That's the problem that we're having. You get these people coming here, they can talk for 3 minutes and 3 minutes is done. And then there's another agenda item. Look at Dearborn. In Dearborn, you could talk about every little item. Look, if they want to approve something, it has to be on the what's there. There's certain, you can talk about every one. Every time some agenda item comes up, you can put it on there. Why are we, I can 2 minutes say if there's 20 things on the agenda, I can't talk about them. Maybe the resident want to talk about them. Nothing against the mayor, nothing against Nancy, nothing against Bob, nothing against Zohair, nothing against Dave, nothing against Mobaidun, nothing against Hassan Ahmad, Tom Winslow, or anybody. I'm asking you guys to approve the resolution that Zohair Abdel-Hak put that $1,500, more than $1,500, because the residents are entitled to know exactly what is on the agenda, okay? Because this is crazy. We're approving stuff that we're not supposed to be approving. Like there's certain stuff, I get a minute extra. There's a certain stuff.
You asked during public comments.
I said during what's it called too. I said both of them.
Public comments only. Be fair. Go on.
Okay, but let me finish this up. This, I'm asking you guys to approve it for the residents. Don't think about yourselves. Think about the residents. They're entitled to know every little detail that goes on the agenda, and they can talk about every item. This is not about me. It's not about you. It's about the residents, and make the right decision today. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Anybody else in the audience that would like to speak? Okay, seeing none. Anybody on Zoom? Do you see anybody, Madam Clerk? Nobody? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Next up on our agenda is item number 6, which is fund transfers and current claims.
Council Chair.
Councilman?
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the current claims and ACH wire transfer 6-1 through 6-45 as submitted.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Baidoon and seconded by Councilwoman Breyer. Is there any discussion on that?
Council Chair.
Okay, let's start with Councilman Abdel-Hak, please.
I'm sorry.
I would like to remove number 4, AMD Engineering Group for $14,375. And I just want to say for the record, I have nothing against Mr. Ali Deeb or his company or anybody who present anything to the city. All I want is anything we commit the city to spend over 1,500 or 5,000 to come back to the city council and to have a backup. Right now, we have 3 months of bills. All we have is 1 page, how many hours Mr. Ali Deeb worked. All I want from the mayor to bring whatever I was told. There is letter of engagement. There is contract which was not signed. There is a contract which is in negotiation, and there is no contract. That's what I was told by employees involved in this matter, and I don't know what to believe, what not to believe. And I will ask the treasurer not to issue any check unless you have a backup and you have something, whether it is oral contract you can submit and say, I have oral contract, or if it is written, or letter of engagement. And it is not just because of Mr. Deeb. I will support his contract. I will put the motion to approve it as long as I see it. And I hope that you will agree to remove this item until, we discuss it in closed session, open session, however the mayor would like to do it. But I feel as city council member and as a resident that I need to know what I'm spending over $150,000 on, what the services he's providing. I have only hours, number of hours. What those hours? What did he spend? What project did he work on? And I'm not denying that he works more than those hours. And he's a terrific engineer and he's qualified. And I don't want the mayor to make it like I am targeting Mr. Ali Deeb. I'm not. I'm just doing my duty as his council member and as a resident. And I thank you.
Okay. Any other council members have comments on this?
Council Chair,
Councilman?
can we get a definite answer about the status of this contract?
So I can give you an update, unless you had something else to comment on this?
No, that's it.
Okay, so I had a conversation with Mr. Deeb and the mayor in regards to this. And to make it clear, I do believe obviously something should be signed. At this particular point, the way Mr. Deeb, and I don't mean this to be a reference to him specifically, because I'm gonna tell you guys right now, for those that don't know, one of our top employees in the city without a doubt. I mean, the man works probably triple the hours that need to be put in and does a great job, very knowledgeable, very experienced, an absolute asset to our city. Nevertheless, though, I do see some of the concerns from the councilman and other council members, and of course, some residents where something should be signed. So I said, something should be signed. It can't be paid like this per hour only. And I was told and confirmed by the mayor and Mr. Deeb that yes, and the HR director earlier last week, that something is in the works. They're in the process of finalizing it. Meanwhile, until it's finalized and signed, we can't have, God forbid, the loss of somebody like, and I'm just referencing him specifically, loss of somebody like Mr. Deeb. So for right now, for the next couple of weeks, until a contract or letter of understanding is signed, we're going to be paying them hourly. Number two, I did verify that despite what some members thought, Mr. Deeb is still getting paid, and I hate to put his pay on the line here, but it is public record anyway. He is being paid the same exact amount as he had previously been paid when he was under a contract at $125 per hour. The current pay. No, okay, well, too late. Okay. Well, the only reason it is public record, but the only reason I'm saying that is because I know there had been some things swirling around that his pay had doubled and it did not. It is the same parameters. Let's just put it this way. So that's the status on that. I made the position and will continue to make position that something should be signed between the city and whether it's Mr. Deeb or any other employee for that matter. And I've been told, and I'm saying it here publicly, and they are here, that yes, this is the direction they're going and will be in the next couple of weeks. Is there anything else you'd like to add, Mr. Mayor?
Well, in addition to this, so we all know, I mean, most of you are here, when we actually brought him on board. We're trying to bring the engineering service in-house. And for most of you already know that some of the stuff that he's discovered since he's been with the city, and the short time that he's been with the city, he's was able to obtain about $10 million in grants. Okay, and we're arguing about his hourly rate. And also, in addition to that, the fire station was built by a company that previous council obviously approved many years ago. And that fire station was built wrong. And now it's gonna probably cost, I mean, thank God we got grants from the state, but not all of it, to build a fire station. He was the one that actually discovered that the station was built wrong. Okay, that's gonna cost $14 million. So when you subcontract a company or somebody who doesn't take pride in their work, this is what happens. And there's other property that he's discovering that were built that nobody signed off on. And there's a capital also improvement program that was never there for the city. We were actually a joke, I was at a conference and they were asking me questions about like the city of Dearborn Heights. Nope, we don't have that. Nope, we don't have that. Nope. Something as simple as capital, that he's actually was the first one to come in and say, we need a capital program for that. Anything breaks down in a building, any building in the city, we have to go and try to beg for money, trying to get money to repair certain things, boiler, the overhead units, anything like that, we have to go and try to get money for it. That we should have had a capital improvement program. We should have had a maintenance program, preventative maintenance on everything that he was able to bring us. And again, we keep talking about this here. We do have a plan that we're gonna try to reorganize some stuff in the city hall that try to, and you and I talked about it, council chair, and we'll announce it later, once we firm up, some of the plans. We want to save the city money. We're going to try to bring org in house to make sure that it's going to get done right, and so the residents are not overspending and wasting city money and doing something more than once. And he's been oversight for a lot of programs that is coming to the city, especially with the project, the CSO and everything else. The other thing is with the CSO, I was talking to somebody at the conference. They've known about Dearborn Heights from 1999, when the CSO was talked about, and the CSO program projects that we're going to be paying close to $100 million, to get the CSO. We could have gotten it done for less than a quarter of the cost if it was done when it's supposed to be done. And now he's actually on track there's a lot of stuff going on right now. I don't want to bore you guys with the details, but my office is always open. Anybody who needs any information, they can come and talk to me. If I don't know what you guys need, I can't predict what's on your mind, but if you guys come and ask me, I will tell you. The contracts that they ask for contracts. When you walk up to my assistant and say, hey, I need a contract on so-and-so, the person assumes there's a contract because you're asking the person about a contract. But when they ask me, I'm like, there's not really a contract yet. We're still negotiating a contract for Mr. D. So you won't ask the wrong person for, FOIA for the contract. Well, we don't have a contract yet because we're trying to fine tune, trying to figure out what we're going to do in that department. And again, I'm trying to bring an engineering department so we can bring all the work here in house. And we're not going to try to stop any work that can be done here. We're going to do it here. Any big jobs, then, we can go outside with proper bidding.
Council Chair,
Go ahead.
I really have to respond to this. A resident called me and told me about this AMD. I didn't even know about it because I wasn't.
You weren't on council at the time.
I wasn't on the council. Okay, I went and as council member, I went and I asked the secretary. She said, I will email it to you today. She did not. I went to the chief of staff. She's supposed to know all these details. She said, I don't have the contract. It's with the HR in negotiation. Now, I spoke to Mr. Alidi. He said there is engagement letter. I spoke to the lawyer. He said there is one contract, but it's not signed. I am not trying to say some people are lying. Maybe they are ignorant. 1, 2, 3, they don't know 4. All I'm asking, Mayor, please be transparent as you always said, and your door is open. Bring this contract because this is improvement on lots of projects, and this qualify to be brought to the city council. And I'm going to code ordinance, code of city ordinance 2-801, 02, 03, 04, 05. Those are ordinances. They allow us basically to add things to the charter without touching the charter. Just add it by ordinance. And I asked Mr. Roger to look at those numbers I mentioned. And let's work together, not to fight each other. I am willing to sit with you day and night, with the mayor. I am very open-minded. let's do it right, so no question is asked and no hint of any wrongdoing is even there. That's all I can say.
Council Chair.
Councilman.
Thank you. I don't see what I know I had a conversation with Mr. D. We're kind of going a lot of back and forth on this. There is no contract. It's not signed. Nothing was given in front of council. Keep his pay as regular. From what Mr. Deep said, he hasn't received a paycheck, I think, in almost 4 months.
3 months.
3 months. Give him his pay on, regular until we get a contract. Bring it in front of council. We'll approve it. We'll keep it moving. I don't understand what the big fuss is over here going back and forth. Pay the guy his regular W-2. Give him his regular amount of salary. Give him his checks. And when we're done, we can move forward. So he's not back paying him 3 months on an AMD contract. It's plain and simple. I don't know why there's so much back and forth. Mr. Deeb, are you okay with that?
Okay, let's not discuss.
All right,
work,
perfect. Let's move on.
Okay.
We're spending 45 minutes on every
Just to
single
make
line
it
item.
clear, none of this is based on a specific person. This is more in terms of in the future to make sure that we're following particular parameters. And again, I've been assured by Mr. Deeb and the mayor that something is in the works and we'll have it in the next couple of weeks.
Okay.
Any other,
Chair,
Councilman? I'm sorry.
I also, I'm kind of, it's disturbing when somebody says, be transparent. We put everything in front of you guys. And the reason why we want to bring in the work in the house is to be transparent. So we can have transparency from contractors. So we are transparent. So I don't know where they get that non-transparent. So anybody can make a phone call and say, hey, blah, 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 whatever, a resident. Anybody has a question, they can come and ask us. Instead of people trying to instigate and just start to say something that is not true. And, like I said, we don't have a contract. We're working on it. And as we talked about, Council Chair, we're trying to transition the 2 departments just to make sure that we can be more cost effective for the residents.
Okay.
I'm trying to be as polite as possible. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you.
Council
Any other
Chair,
councilman?
Council Chair.
Councilman.
I just want to thank the mayor for bringing all this stuff up. I mean, we have no doubt about what Mr. Ali D brings to the table. We are grateful to have him here. But like you said, at the end of the day, we do need a contract to be signed. But to move on to a different item, I did send an email to the Ms. King about number 9. If you can just clarify that, please. I know it's an insurance company, but it doesn't say exactly. It said just medical bill review.
It's Broadspire for 2,182.
And it says the former comptroller's name on there.
Yeah.
Says.
It's number 9,
Yeah.
2040.
Thank you. Hello, Cindy King, Comptroller, City of Dearborn Heights. I'm up here regarding Broadshire. It's an invoice that is actually dated June 1st, 2023. The service was medical bill review back in May. This does seem to happen periodically. I can't really explain why, but I did notice that this was old and it does look like it was signed and approved in September. So if this was the first time that we received it, that
Whose
does
signature is
happen. That is our HR director, Margaret. Sometimes this does happen where they do just get lost in the shuffle or we don't get them. I mean,
so you don't know exactly what's a medical bill review is? I mean, I know it's just an invoice, but it doesn't show exactly.
no, Broadshire does our workers' comp claims. So there could be an individual that was on workers' comp and they had to do a medical bill review to make sure that he was actually still eligible for workers' comp.
Okay, Councilman.
Correct. What happens is we pay the medical bills under certain circumstances. So this Broadspire, they've been doing it for probably 20 years. They go over the bills and see was it related to the worker's injury.
Is there a check and balance with them?
Do we have a running balance?
No.
with
Do we have a check and balance? Are we confirming like?
Yes.
This is a great company, right?
Oh, yes,
But,
yes,
you know,
I've met that.
The individual hasn't been with us for, how long have you been with us for? Not even, but prior to that, she has been with us for almost 2 years.
Margaret?
No,
No, I think because it says, the old controller on it, but
yeah.
I think they're just addressing the invoice to him, not to you.
That's correct.
Yeah.
They addressed the invoice to him, not to me, because this is dated May 2023.
Oh, so this isn't for the gentleman that's being responded to. This for, it could be for any random employee.
That's correct.
Okay, because I was tripping like HIPAA was being violated right now.
No, no.
Okay, okay.
Council Chair.
Go ahead, Councilman.
I have a question for the director, please. On 17 and 18, if you can just give us little background why we are giving back $39,000 or something was confiscated.
Council
For those
Chair.
that can't see this, these are two bills to be paid to Hall Macklin, which is a law firm. One amount for $7,674. The other amount is $32,453.
Council Chair, as he's walking up there, I did talk to Mr. Vanderplow earlier today, and it seems to be correct.
I'm not saying it's wrong. I just want to know.
He has a good explanation.
That's all I.
Good evening, Paul Vanderplow, Director of Sports Services, Police Department. I'm sorry, what was your question? Sorry, I didn't hear it.
Just want to know, there was some kind of confiscation of money, coins, jewelry, forfeiture, and we given it back. Did we go to court or?
Yes,
Wait, nothing from the audience, please.
this happens from time to time, sir. You have a legal search warrant. Things are either taken in evidence or taken for forfeiture. As the case progresses, the state or county will strike a deal with the defendant. Maybe it's, in lieu of prosecutorial time. I don't know the exact figures on some of these, but what I will say, if you look towards the back of the page, it is signed by both the prosecuting attorney and the attorney for the claimant. So if you also look, trying to find the one paragraph. Bear with me 1 second. There's something I do want to read. If you look for the claim involving the $32,000 that was given back to the claimant, bottom paragraph, page 104, last line, concerning the $39,305 of U.S. currency, $7,674 and some change of U.S. currency, various jewels, coins, items, and various miscellaneous items, hereinafter defendant property validly seized by the Dearborn Heights Police Department, case number 21 so on and so forth. So basically what it is, it's just towards the end of a case, it comes up that these are the things that we're either going to return for whatever reason.
And I would add, Councilman, as a former Wayne County prosecutor in forfeiture for several years, there's likely a settlement on the case, and this is the settlement, both have acknowledged it. But that last line says that we had probable cause to seize the vehicles, and that protects the city and protects the state.
Thank you.
The only thing, Director, and I might be wrong, but I don't recall seeing something like, that's the only thing that confused me when I went through this. I don't recall seeing something like this in the past. Unless I'm wrong.
So,
is this something like we're starting to do new to be more transparent? I was just wasn't sure.
Quite frankly.
Wait. No, nothing from the audience, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
So quite frankly, we're getting caught up on our issues within the property room. We are starting to see a more efficient use of our property custodian off of our detective bureau is able to get through these cases. And sometimes it's also cyclical as cases go through the process. If you notice on here, this says a 2021 case. So some of these cases take years. We could go through, for instance, might have 5 of these next month. I might not have another.
I didn't recall seeing stuff like this, so I thought, I didn't know if this was a new process we're using.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the accountability that's being done and what they brought on, the chief brought on in terms of going through the whole evidence and everything within the department.
Director, I really appreciate what you guys doing. This is all honesty.
Thank you.
Is it possible we get copy of the what you could, the forfeiture room, wherever you put all these things, property, can we have the report which reviewed what was wrong with it?
Oh, absolutely.
I believe
Yeah.
there was a report
some-
done.
I want to be clear, though, there was a report done, and I'm more than happy to share it with you, like I shared with the rest of the council in a closed session.
Wait, could I interrupt you for just, I'm sorry, one
Please.
second? Corporation Council, honestly, and I'm just giving you my personal opinion, I don't know if this should be discussed in a public forum. I'm familiar with what the councilman is referencing.
Right.
I don't know if this is appropriate to be discussed in a public forum.
I don't think so. I think what the director said is that we should do this in a closed session.
Yeah, that's my opinion.
That's,
I don't know why we're even having this discussion right now. I think the answers were taken care of. We're talking about something completely different on the agenda item. Council Chair.
Exactly. And I know what the councilman is referencing, but I just don't think it should be in a public forum.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, thank you.
welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions on fund transfers or current claims? Okay, hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on the agenda is item number 7, CEDD Director Jamal. I'm gonna tell the council members, obviously, first of all, congratulations to Director Hassan Jamal for putting through a multitude of amounts of money brought into the city. Himself, Hassan Bazi, and then the rest of the team there.
Council
So
Chair,
there'll be multiple ones here, just FYI.
real quick, before because we're not gonna give him kudos on all of them, but I think we should give him a quick round of applause to Mr. Bazzi, Mr. Jamal.
Yeah.
I think seniors have been waiting a long time for this. I know we have Rose Trepepi and Gail and the whole squad here today from the Eton Center who are always here and, they've been waiting on this for a very long time and, Mr. Jamal and Mr. Hassan Bazzi with the CDBG, doing a great job and, excuse me? And the staff. Yep. The director and the staff who are here with us and attend every meeting. Thank you, guys. We don't want to go through, I know we had this, I think I called.
We have a lot of them.
We got a lot. I don't want to talk about every single one of them, Mr. Jamal. You'll be up here. We've been here for 58 minutes and we've just gotten through the,
But I do want to give kudos to the department that a lot of money has been brought into the city. This is a lot of money, a lot of improvements. And it's not going to be out of our pockets. It's out of federal money, which I guess technically eventually will be our pockets, but
Council Chair,
okay.
I have a question. I had the opportunity to visit the office yesterday and I saw a whole row of projects that are being worked on, neatly organized, ready to go, some on a table. And I wanted to ask a question. Why, when we approved financial money in a budget that Mr. Hassan Bazzi has not been given any of the money that was approved in the past, nor have we gotten money for Eton Center that's in the budget?
what are you talking about?
Okay, so what the councilwoman is referencing is there was approval by the city council of the contracts and pay for different employees in the department. And as of 10 days ago, it was awaiting 10, maybe 12 days ago, it was awaiting the signature of the mayor, but I can't give an update on that. The mayor can.
Council Chair, I think one of the things we're talking about is the full-time coordinator at Eton.
Okay,
Yeah,
so why don't we do this?
Well, we
Okay.
approved, we approved it in our budget in July.
Okay, so why don't we
Should
do
be
this,
approved tonight.
Councilman?
Can we vote on it
Because I
tonight?
don't want to get off track. Why don't we address the contract that still needs to be signed and the director during the end, just in case, because I want to continue with the business of hand that we have in front of us. So go ahead. Who wants to make the first, but we'll come back to that, Councilman. I didn't
Thank
forget.
you.
Who wants to make the first motion on item 7A?
Council Chair?
Councilwoman, go
All
ahead.
right. I'd like to make a motion that the Dearborn Heights City Council award the bid for the Eton Senior Center Pavilion Painting/LED Abatement Project to Perry Street Property Group as the lowest qualified bidder in the amount of $30,000 and authorize the controller to return the bid bonds to the unsuccessful bidders. In addition, authorize the mayor and clerk to sign the agreement on behalf of the city. Additionally, authorize the CEDD director to approve necessary change orders up to $6,000, which is 20% of the bid amount. Furthermore, authorize the mayor and controller clerk to sign the necessary warrants and the treasurer to issue payment not to exceed $36,000 logged to CDBG Fund 103- Eton Senior Center Improvement General Ledger tracking accounts and paid from the unrestricted general fund pool bank account, which will be fully reimbursed from the U.S. Treasury accordingly as outlined in 7A.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilwoman Breyer, seconded by Councilman Baidoon. Any discussion on that?
Council Chair,
Councilman?
last meeting, there was a question about the 20% necessary change orders. Mr. Jamal, could you explain why you always put this in your requests?
Okay, do I have to identify myself again?
No.
Okay. I am not as famous as Mr. Baidoon.
You're not a fan of me?
No, I'm saying I am not as
Famous.
famous as Mr.
I'm just your local city councilman, man.
Okay.
Turn it on.
Is it on?
All right. I really don't need a microphone, but this is only for recording. I taught for over 20 years. So I used to do 60, 70 lectures without microphone those back days. Also, I have to hear myself when I used to work for Chrysler as manufacturing on the floor. I don't hear. So I know you want me to.
Yeah, we have.
I do like you do.
The 20%.
Yes. So again, thank you for thanks us doing our job. Really, we don't deserve more than just approve it. Let's move on because we're doing our job as public servants.
Thank you.
For the 20%, since those are time-sensitive projects, if I don't finish them in certain time, we will lose money. We have to return money to the federal government. Why is that? Because during the COVID time, we accumulated too much grant, over $4 million that we, the administration, we had to, since 2022, I had to spend it in a very short time. So I took those projects under my belt with the encouragement and improvement of Mayor Bazzi, because he know that I know how to do project management. And that's why, and fast, precise, timely completing project. This is some of my expertise, project management. So that we'll be able to move it. And hopefully we don't lose any money by next year, May.
Thank you.
I don't promise, but I will assure you, we will do whatever we can not to lose money. Because we are late on some project supposed to be done last year and the year before and the year before. 20% are necessary to speed up the project for the unforeseen, undetected when we do the specs. Those are only if we found during the completion of the project something we have to sign at the time when discovery is happened. We cannot wait 2 weeks, then later on approval. Those are common practices for projects that you expect, especially, with construction, that you will end up with some change orders. If there is no change orders, there will be no money. So you are authorizing my department to evaluate market rate comparison. The change order is not only signed by me, it goes through a federally approved process. It needs to be by the project owner, the construction coordinator, by the contractor, and we do a study, market study, to make sure it's a market rate before I sign it as a project manager. I don't have the king signature.
Okay,
I only have a processing signature.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jamal. Appreciate what you do.
Thank you, Director. And for those in the audience, just so that you know, the change order, obviously, as with a lot of projects, it's very common that there's change orders. And in this particular case, I always like to have the kitchen table talk. And we're talking about, he has up to $6,000 in change orders. So we're not talking about 60 million. We're talking about up to $6,000. So, and I'm sure he could handle it. Thank you. Okay, any other discussions on this? Hearing none. All in favor, please state aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carried. Next item on our agenda, CEDD Director Jamal bid award. By the way, there's 7 of these or 8 of these that he's brought forward. So thank you. CED Director Jamal bid award for Eton Center Pavilion cement replacement.
Council Chair.
Councilman Baidoon.
There's gonna be a lot, so I think we'll all take a shot at one of these. I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the bid for the Eton Senior Center marquee replacement of LED Lion Inc. as the lowest qualified bidder in the amount of $24,450.
Wait, hold on. I think
You're on the wrong one.
Okay.
7B.
7B.
Eton Center Pavilion.
Hold on.
But I'll take the Lions though. I like that.
Okay, here we go. I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council award the bid for the Eton Senior Center cement replacement project to Genoa Contracting LLC as the lowest qualified bidder in the amount of $27,500 and authorize the comptroller to return the bid bond to the unsuccessful bidder. In addition, authorize the mayor and clerk to sign the agreement on behalf of the city. Additionally, authorize the CEDD director to approve necessary changes orders to up to $5,500, 20% of the bid amount. Furthermore, where am I? Authorize the mayor and the comptroller or clerk to sign the necessary warrants and the treasurer to issue the payment not to exceed $33,000. Log to the CDBG Fund 103- Eton Senior Center Improvement General Ledger Tracking Account and paid from the unrestricted general fund pool bank account, which will be fully reimbursed from the United States Treasurer accordingly as outlined in 7B.
Second.
Okay, motion made by
Mr. Jamal.
Baidoon.
I have to do it that way. It's gonna make it.
Okay, so motion made by Councilwoman Baidoon, seconded by Councilwoman Breyer. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on our agenda again is CEDD Director Jamal bid award on Eton Center marquee replacement.
Council Chair.
Councilman Constant, was that? Councilman Ahmad?
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council award the bid for the Eton Center marquee replacement to LED Lion Inc. as the lowest qualified bidder in the amount of $24,450 and authorize the comptroller to retain the bid bonds on successful bidders. In addition, authorize the mayor and clerk to sign the agreement on behalf of the city. Additionally, authorize the CEDD director to approve necessary change orders up to $4,890, which is 20% of the bid amount. Furthermore, authorize the mayor and comptroller or clerk to sign the necessary warrants and the treasurer to issue payment not to exceed $29,340 logged to the CDBG Fund 103- Eton Center, Eton Senior Center Improvement, General Ledger Tracking Accounts and paid from the unrestricted general fund pool bank account, which will be fully reimbursed from the U.S. Treasury accordingly as outlined in 7-C.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Ahmad, seconded by Councilman Baidoon. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on our agenda is item 7D, bid award for Eton Center external doors replacement.
Council Chair,
Councilman Constant?
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council award the bid for the Eton Center Senior Exterior Door Replacement to LED Lion Inc. as the lowest qualified bidder in the amount of $31,680 and authorize the comptroller to return the bid bonds to the unsuccessful bidders. In addition, authorize the mayor and clerk to sign the agreement on behalf of the city. Additionally, authorize the CEED director to approve necessary change orders up to $6,336, 20% of the bid amount. Furthermore, authorize the mayor and comptroller or clerk to sign the necessary warrants and the treasurer to issue payment not to exceed $38,016 logged to CDBG Fund 103, Eton Center Project Improvement, general ledger tracking accounts, and paid from unrestricted general fund pool account, which will be fully reimbursed from the U.S. Treasury accordingly as outlined in 970.
Okay.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Constant, seconded by Councilman Abdel-Hak. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on our agenda is Director Jamal, Eton Center IT Security Project.
I have a quick question, Council Chair.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
We'll read the motion first, then we'll go into this.
Well, I'm not reading the motion. I just read one, so we're gonna hand it over to somebody else. But my question is to all of these, actually. I know that we went for bids on these, and I've seen that on some of these, we've only had one or two bidders or some of the same bidders. And I know that we've had a lot of the questions like, and I called Mr. Jamal on this. Mr. Jamal, no, I'm saying, like, I gave him a call and hold on, guys. I gave him a call on this. I got a phone call from a resident who told me that they didn't have enough time to bid on one of these bids. And so I know in the past, hang on. And
Go ahead.
And so I want to make it clear that not just this, but everything must not only go on bid now. We have to start being accessible to other contracting companies outside of BidNet. And I know we've said this, go to social media. It is 2023. We're moving into 2024. We've yet to ever post something on social media for people to be able to put on it. It's comical.
Yes, I agree.
And hold on, Mr. Jamal, please. I'm so sorry because I'm not even requesting it. I respect you, and I don't want to have to say this, but I'm not asking for you to come up here.
It's okay.
I have a not even a request. I actually an expectation.
I'm just standing here, so
yeah. But this isn't to you, Mr. Jamal. It's an expectation that we're not only going to go on BidNet moving forward. I don't want to say because you're going to start getting no's out of me. And if I'm going to be the one councilman that wants us to look like Tom Wanso, Councilman Wanso voting no, guess what? You're going to get that out of me. I don't want to see things only on BidNet moving forward. Thank you.
Actually, all these bids did not go only on BidNet. We have our approved contractor list. They all, and Mr. Bazzi can second that, all the bids go to our approved certified contractor.
I didn't see one thing on social media, Mr. Jamal. That's not what I'm asking.
No. Yeah, social media and like BidNet, newspaper, all this. I discussed that with the IT director, Mr. Cooper, and we will start using those. Actually, the second batch of my bids, which will be around 8 also project, they all you can see on the city Facebook, maybe in the newspaper. In addition to that, because of your request, it wasn't possible for the time being to put it on the agenda, like on the Facebook of the city. They were just under development. Otherwise, you could have seen it on the Facebook of the city as an outlet, media outlet. All right. I mean, it's that simple. Yes, Mr. Baidoun, I agree with you 100%.
Thank you, Mr. Jamal. And that wasn't towards you. It's towards everybody.
So the biggest, we've had this discussion on a couple different council meetings that we've had in the past. The primary advantage to this, or what our focus is on, I tell you my personal focus on this, when you put something like this on social media, you're going to tend to attract a lot of the local contractors, local residents that do this. They have their pride in the city that they live in, but also we're giving the business and the money to local contractors, which is definitely my personal preference, provided that their prices are okay and provided that they are federally approved.
Council Chair, I just want to add one. I just
local contractors are
Mr. Deep.
Okay.
Mr. Deep, thank you. I want you guys to keep in mind, I see something like on, and I'm just using Facebook as an outlet. I'm not saying, only Facebook, but I see on like the Dearborn Heights community page, somebody says like, I'm looking for somebody to cut my grass. Do you know how many people comment saying they cut grass or somebody refers them to cut that cuts grass or, what I mean? Like I asked somebody, I needed to get my ducts cleaned. I swear, I think maybe 35 messages from people that do HVAC duct cleanings. And like, I was overwhelmed. And I just said, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, whoever was the cheapest, I just went with it. I don't know anything about duct cleaning, but the moral of the story is we can really be broadening our horizon and we're failing to do so. We could be saving money. We don't even know that because we're limiting ourselves by only being on bid now.
Yep.
So moving forward, my expectation is if we're not bidding things outside of bid now, I'm voting no. Because you know what we're doing? We're being biased and we're spending taxpayer. Look, at the end of the day, we're told by residents, here's the money. I expect you guys to be fiscally responsible with this. Spend that money appropriately. And you know what we're not doing? We're being lazy. That's all I have to say, Council Chair.
Okay.
Council been doing put a resolution on the agenda to mandate to go out for the media, then it become a mandate.
It'll be on the next, it'll be on there.
Okay. Any other discussions on this one? Okay, you guys, no, nobody had read it yet. So let's go ahead with I apologize. So who's gonna be making this motion?
Council Chair.
Councilwoman, go
I'll
ahead.
take another turn. Okay, I'd like to make a motion that the Dearborn Heights City Council award the bid for the Eton Senior Center IT security project to BAE Networks LLC as the lowest qualified bidder in the amount of $34,358 and authorize the controller to return the bid bonds to the unsuccessful bidders. In addition, authorize the mayor and clerk to sign the agreement on behalf of the city. Additionally, authorize the CEDD director to approve necessary change orders up to $6,871.60, which is 20% of the bid amount. Furthermore, authorize the mayor and controller or clerk to sign the necessary warrants, the treasurer to issue payment not to exceed $41,229.60. Log to CDBG Fund 103, Eton Senior Center Improvement, General Ledger Tracking Accounts, and paid from the unrestricted General Fund Pool Bank Account, which will be fully reimbursed from the U.S. Treasury accordingly as outlined in 7E.
Second. Okay, motion made by Councilwoman Breyer, seconded by Councilman Constant. Any discussion on this?
Council Chair,
Councilman?
this is the one that I'm talking about. And I'm just gonna put it out here. I received a phone call on this. I received a phone call on this one agenda item that there was only one bidder. I see that we got two. It was only open for 12 days or a very short period of time. And then we re-extended it. I know the IT director is nodding his head, but yes, this happened. It was then extended. I called Mr. Jamal and I said, what is going on with this? And when I spoke with somebody who called me and said, Mo, there wasn't enough time for anybody to be able to go out and bid on this. It was made specifically to make it very hard for people to come out here. And I don't want to see that anymore. And I don't want to hear that. Because this is how another IT individual felt. Wanting to be able to bid on this, but felt like his hands were tied. And so and then it was extended for a period of time, which I don't know what the cause was. Maybe there wasn't anybody bidding on it because it was very, very hard. But moving forward, let's do better. Making it that we're giving it efficient enough time for people to come out here and bid, so that we're not having to re-extend and do things like that. Thank you.
Council Chair.
Councilwoman?
I suspect that we have a response over here from the corner.
So during the process of the bid, by the way, David Cooper, Director of Innovation Technology for the city. During the process of the bid, we actually had multiple companies come in that I toured so they could have open questions about the specifications that were in the bid. I think on the multiple days we had for each building, we did hit both buildings each day. I think it was like 6 different companies actually came and toured the buildings and asked questions for all of it. Some did contact me and said the scope of the building and the work that requirements and everything that they, respectfully declined, bidding on it. So there were more than just 2 that observed it. But yes, there were, I can't make people bid on it, but we did have multiple companies, local companies that did out of Detroit and other local that came and toured to ask questions.
Council Chair.
Councilman?
Director, are those companies, they were informed just through BidNet or How would they inform about the bidding?
For the past couple weeks, all of our bids have been through BidNet and actually on our website. There is a location on our website now for the bids. So.
Okay, that's good. That's good to hear. Having something on the website. Is it possible to have maybe a page where contractors can just sign in and maybe, I know Mr. Jamal said they need to be approved, so they can be approved ahead of time before they even bid on something.
I don't control the approved contractors for them.
But I understand for them just to sign in through the website, probably goes to him, so they can be approved, ahead of time before the bidding starts.
That is part of the website. I'll just say before the approved contractors, that is part of the website where if they create an account on the website, every time we post a bid, they can get notified through an email notification that something's been, put on there. So,
the pre-approved list, for your information, and I did actually mention that in the past, those are for certified asbestos removal and lead abatement contractors, that when a project have a asbestos or lead in it, we need to only allows bidders recertified that they are certified prior to bidding. Only one project that required out of this 8 for certification is the paint on the pavilion because it have lead. So we need to make sure that, subcontractors in that project to facilitate it, that must be a certified lead abatement contractor. And we have a company who do oversight. They are certified by the state of Michigan, OSHA, and the Fed to do that and give me a certification for that. In terms of the amount of time that we put out there under the charter right now, we have to receive 3 bidders first round, which is 2 weeks. If we didn't receive 3 bidders, then we go to the second round, we have to receive 2 bidders. If we don't receive 2 bidders second round, we go to the third.
How long is the second round?
Second round is 1 week.
1 week. So
And
basically
then-
all these were extended one week?
Absolutely. Some of them extended actually 5 weeks by administrative mistake. It happened.
These were extended for 5 weeks.
Which one?
The ones we're going through right now with the IT.
The IT.
No, they
With
weren't.
the IT, it was extended, assure you extended 4 weeks. Now, it may be one of those bids that extended 5 weeks. So, but I
can double check as well.
Yes.
Yeah,
But I'm
I'll
saying-
double check that for you.
Now, because it's a federal money, it is regulated under CFR, Title II, CFR 200. It's the federal code reference for procurement. So this is way beyond the city, a common practice of the procurement, which I have a problem with myself. But we obey by the charter of the city or the ordinance with $1,500. We are not required to do 1,500. We are required to do 10,000 or more if we want to go out for bid publishing. There is a difference between publishing a bid and comparative bidding, because comparative bidding can be done to facilitate very quick by 3 quote or 2 quotes.
Thank you.
So again, let me please, because it's very important. It is not according to the city charter or city ordinance, this procurement done. It's according to a very complex, regulated matrix, federal rules.
Mr. Jamal, I want you to know something. This every 2 weeks waiting for 2 more and 1 more. You know how you can avoid all this? 30 days, go outside of bid now. And I promise you're gonna get a lot more than just, you're not gonna get a lot more than just 2, Mr. D.
We can't, because under the federal rules, we accept 1 bid after we try multiple times to get bidders.
Mr. Jamal, we can respectfully agree to disagree on this one.
If you, the council, and I encourage you to have an ordinance or resolution to actually amend the common practice of our current procurement process to include that. I agree with you. If you want to say first.
From 1963, yes, I think it needs to be
So
updated.
if the council agreed to put the first round,
Okay.
3 weeks.
All right, we gotta go to the next, we gotta go to the next
It's
one.
fine.
All right, thank you. So motion made by Councilwoman Breyer, seconded by Councilman Constant. Any other discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye. Aye. Any opposed? Opposed. Hearing none, motion carried. Thank you. Next item on our agenda is item 7F, bid award Berwyn Center IT Security Project.
Council Chair,
Councilman,
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council award the bid for the Berwyn Center IT Security Project to BAE Networks LLC as the lowest qualified bidder in the amount of $42,743 and authorize the comptroller to return the bid bonds to the unsuccessful bidders. In addition, authorize the mayor and clerk to sign the agreement on behalf of the city. Additionally, authorize the CEDD director to approve necessary change orders of up to $8,548.60, 20% of the bid amount. Furthermore, authorize the mayor and comptroller or clerk to sign the necessary warrants and the treasurer to issue payment not to exceed $51,291.60. Logged to CDBG Fund 103 Berwyn Center Senior Center Improvement General Ledger Tracking Accounts and paid from the unrestricted general fund pool bank account, which will be fully reimbursed from the U.S. Treasury accordingly as outlined in 7F.
Second.
okay, motion made by Councilman Constant and seconded by Councilwoman Breyer. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. Next item on our agenda, I'm gonna go a little bit off track, and I just want to welcome to our council meeting, one of our favorite police women, our police officer, Fatin Shoker. So I just want to welcome her to our meeting. Next item on our agenda is item 7G, CEDD Director Jamal, bid award Berwyn Center external doors replacement.
Council Chair.
Councilman Abdel-Hak? No, go ahead. H first.
Yeah, I move that I would rather the duty goes first. I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council award the bid for the Berwyn Center Senior Center external doors replacement to LED Lion Incorporated as the lowest qualified bidder in the amount of $26,940 and authorize the controller to return the bid bonds to the unsuccessful bidders. In addition, authorize the mayor and clerk to sign the agreement on behalf of the city. Additionally, authorize the CEDD director to approve necessary change orders up to $5,388, enter parentheses, 20% of the bid amount. Furthermore, authorize the mayor and controller or clerk to sign the necessary warrants and the treasury to issue payment not to exceed $32,328 logged to CDBG Fund 103-Berwyn Center, Berwyn Senior Center Improvement, General Ledger Tracking Accounts, and paid from the unrestricted general fund pool bank account, which will be fully reimbursed from the U.S. Treasury accordingly as outlined in 7G.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Abdel-Hak and seconded by Councilman Constant. Any discussion on that?
Chair,
Councilman?
I just wanted to mention that this project did receive 4 bids. Just public information.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion items on this? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. And this is the last one, ladies and gentlemen. Again, good work. CED Director Jamal bid award Berwyn Center Marquee replacement.
Council Chair,
Councilman?
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council award the bid for the Berwyn Senior Center Marquee replacement to LED Lion Inc. as the lowest qualified bidder in the amount of $24,450 and authorize the comptroller to return the bid amount to the unsuccessful bidders. In addition, authorize the mayor and clerk to sign the agreement on behalf of the city. Additionally, authorize the CEDD director to approve necessary change orders up to $4,890, which is 20% of the bid amount. Furthermore, authorize the mayor and comptroller or clerk to sign the necessary warrants and the treasurer to issue payment not to exceed $29,340 logged to the CDBG Fund 103 Berwyn Senior Center Improvement, general ledger tracking accounts and paid from the unrestricted general fund pool bank account, which will be fully reimbursed from the U.S. Treasury accordingly as outlined in 7-H.
Support.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Ahmad, seconded by Councilman Abdel-Hak. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried.
Council Chair,
Councilman?
now that we're done with all of these, I have one other question. When are we starting on the bathrooms?
We already have.
Bathroom, it's already in process.
Okay.
Actually, we visited that today and its priority. It will be done within the 15th of next month.
Okay.
We are zooming in it. Just to let everybody know, I don't write the specs. I help assist, organize the specifications of the project, but those specifications are written by expertise in their department. Like DPW will write some, engineer Deep will write some if there is engineering or coordinate. Some are written by Wade Trim, our approved consultant. Like the IT are fully written and approved by our IT director, which I verified that he has the experience, because I want to make sure, since I don't know nothing about that, that he is capable of doing this. And I find out that he was a teacher, as I used to be, and he is a fully he had all credentials. Now, if there are sometimes difficulties in the specifications, we review them if we don't receive enough bid, and we have complaints about the complexity and not easy to read or to understand.
Okay, thank you.
None of this 8 project I received any complaint about complexity of the specifications.
Okay, thank you. Next item on our agenda is item 9A, Chief of Staff Hernandez, Metro ACT Permit, ExteNet Systems LLC.
Council Chair,
Councilman?
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council authorize the city clerk and mayor to sign the Metro Act permit application for ExteNet Systems LLC and the city to accept the check in the amount of $300 as outlined in 9A.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Constant, seconded by Councilman Abdel-Hak. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Next item on our agenda is item 9B, Chief of Staff Hernandez and City Engineer Dib, State High Water Infrastructure Grant Agreement.
Council Chair,
Councilwoman, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that the Dearborn Heights City Council accept and approve the State High Water Infrastructure Grant Agreement 2023-SHWI-016 in the amount of $306,825 and authorize the mayor to sign the agreement on behalf of the city. In addition, approve a 26% match of $81,010 to be paid from the Water and Sewer Fund and authorize the comptroller to establish and fund the match general ledger account in the Water and Sewer Fund and establish another ledger account for the grant expenses, reimbursement, tracking, and reconciliations as outlined in 9B.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilwoman Breyer and seconded by Councilman Constant. Any discussion?
Council Chair,
Councilman?
I would like Mr. Deeb, if he knows about this project, to tell the residents what this is about.
Thank you, Doug.
Well,
Council Chair, good evening. So, this is, one of the exciting news that the mayor had referred to earlier. The way the city is conducting business going forward, we're looking for ways not just to fund normal day-to-day operation, but we're looking for funding sources for things that we've never done, solution things. So this particular grant is for those things that we've never done before. I'm going to give you an example. So some of the challenges that we had in the city that became very apparent is that the aging infrastructure. One of the most aging infrastructure we have is the stormwater system. Stormwater system is aging because the city grew from 12,000 to 60-some thousand, and there was no master plan or update envisioned or incorporated. So as a result, we're looking at systems that are not capable of supporting the current load. So this particular grant was negotiated quite a bit before we actually convinced, because these are very competitive grant funding. So when you make the case, you really have to explain why you need it and for what reason and what's the public benefit of this. And when they support you at 74-75%, that's quite a bit. So anyway, stormwater master plan is to identify the limitation within the collection system of the city. That's citywide. And we also have the Ecorse Creek flood impact analysis included. We also have the outfall of the city assets, that bridges, culverts, the flow capacity of all the bridges. We have 14 bridges, right? So all of these stormwater structure, I don't know if you guys probably know that we constantly, every time we get flooded, there's a lot of litigation, and these are cases that the city is held liable for some of the capacity issues that we have, and I will leave it at that. But that's looking at these things and trying to, so we are able to convince Eagle to support us in the regard, so we can determine what needs to happen. This is the best one of all of them is the green infrastructure part. Now, green infrastructure, there are very few communities, and these are very powerful or communities that have money, a lot more money than we do. Ann Arbor, is one of them.
You mean more than us?
So they're able to do and implement things. Royal Oak is another community that is far more advanced than the rest of the communities in terms of green infrastructure. Now, this is one possible solution for us, so we can accommodate the growth going forward without having to upsize and so green infrastructure is a really good thing that we wanted to determine, but it is costly. And by having this grant, we're able to at least get into it. And if we come up with any modification, and my hope is I wanted to upgrade our standards. So construction standards will incorporate these things. So this is the way we determine what needs to happen, and then we will incorporate it.
Okay. Thank you, Director.
Director, just.
Yes, sir.
Who did the application for this grant?
Our scout.
Do we have any more opportunities for more of these?
Yes. Actually, I just notified tonight that we just had one got approved. So what I'm doing is we're going to have a coordination meeting with our scout, and then we will present a complete spreadsheet that I know the great administrator over there is working on. Sorry. So we'll have a complete list of all the grants that they're working, but they're all legitimate, and they all have application. So it's not just looking for money, but for good reasons. We incorporate that. We will.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, Director.
Yep.
All right. Any other discussions on this? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carried. Next item on our agenda is Chief of Staff Hernandez and City Engineer Dib, Alliance of Rouge Communities Membership Renewal.
Council Chair,
Councilman.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the annual renewal of the Alliance of Rouge Communities Membership and authorize the mayor, comptroller, or clerk to sign the necessary warrants and the treasurer to issue payment totaling $12,026 from the GLA account number 592-536-8002000 as outlined in 9C.
Support.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Baydun, seconded by Councilman Ahmad. Any discussion on that?
Nope.
Hear none. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on our agenda is item 9D, Clerk Senia, City Council Motion 23412.
Council Chair,
Councilman?
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council direct the city clerk to receive, note, and file the legal opinion regarding motion 23-412 and issue a legal opinion number 116 upon receipt of the legal opinion. In addition, approve the Schenk and Bruetsch invoice number 1331 dated May 1st, 2023, in the amount of $5,427 as outlined in 9D.
Support.
Council Chair.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Constant, seconded by Councilman Abdel-Hak. For any discussion, go ahead, Councilman.
I just want you to know that I actually spoke with one of the attorneys, and I believe we agreed, him and I believe, Roger, I told you this as well, that, you know, I know they're billing us $300 an hour, and they've agreed to billing us to $175 an hour, yet we're still having the bill at $300 an hour. So can we maybe just adjust the amount of what we're gonna be paying them? To be not to exceed $175 an hour, which I don't know the exact math, but we sat down, we had lunch and we discussed and you know, this was something that I requested, was the opinion letter on this.
Okay, but you're saying you met with somebody from the law firm Schenk and
Yes.
Bruetsch?
Yes.
Okay.
They called me.
Corporation Counsel, are you familiar with that?
I know, the councilman told me he did meet, with someone.
Yeah.
I think the request, they came in, they were hired at the emergency situation without liquor license. When it was taken out of escrow and denied, we had to get it back.
Yeah, he walked me through it. He walked me through it, but we agreed to $175 an hour.
Okay,
so-
then I will make the adjustment.
Thank you. So if we can do the math on that, it's just cutting that by half.
Good job, first of all.
You're welcome.
Okay, Councilman Abdel-Hak?
Okay. I did receive the opinion letter, probably
I sent.
you all received it.
Yes.
And I believe it should be enumerated and publicized so everybody knows what this is about. So I asked the council, to direct the administration to make it public for everybody to see what is it about. And I disagree on one item was our attorney, city attorney. He might be right about the legal issue of the contract with Schenk. But if we go to the Michigan rules of professional conduct, 1.7, 1.8, 1.9, ethically, he shouldn't be hired to represent two parties which might have conflict at one point.
I want to
let him finish.
Let me
1
finish,
second.
please. Because if a conflict happened between those two parties, then who he's going to side with and who he's going to drop. So I would appreciate it first to make this opinion public. Second, for this not to happen again, just so we do not have any confusion or any questions about the legality or the ethical of the issue.
Okay.
Council Chair, and I want you to know, and like I sat down with the gentleman, and so there was an attorney that used to own his own law firm. And I want you guys to understand this. There was an attorney that owned his own law firm who then, while he was working, who was also employed by the city of Dearborn Heights. And this attorney worked on the legality of things. It was the Allen brothers. We had a contract with the Allen brothers. The Allen brothers actually closed down and moved their law firm, and they merged with Schenk and I can't pronounce the B.
Jimmy Allen.
Yeah.
Council Chair.
Let me just finish. Let me just finish. I had this conversation with him. And I told him, and I agree with Councilman Abdel-Hak on this. It smells very bad. It smells terrible, actually. You represent on three different occasions. But you have to keep in mind that one individual attorney represented this and one other attorney represented this. So, and while this one attorney, Jamal, was working on the actual license, the Schenk and I don't know, whatever, the Schenk firm was working on the other option. And when they merged together, it just so happened that each person took something who we used to both were from the city. One was representing the Issa brothers and the other was representing the city. And now they're just merged under one umbrella. So, and it may smell very, I know this just sounds crazy. I understand that it sounds crazy, but it's reality. And it happened. And they did the work. They emailed the senators, Santana. They required on working on the license. I will agree to Mr. Abdel-Hak's statement. This should never happen again. Regardless of what the opinion letter says, it should never happen again, but they deserve to be paid for the work that they did. That's where I kind of stand on.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right, I also have difficulties with this. When I read all the segments of what they're asking for and pay, one item was repeated 3 times, and I don't see the necessity in going 3 times over one thing and it costing us up to $600.
Okay.
And can we also tell the people what this is regarding or no?
Yeah, we can.
It was in order to get a liquor license.
Council Chair. I know Jim Allen and his family for over 20 years. They are very decent, very good people. And I consider them close friends, and I will vote yes to pay him.
No disrespect. I would just ask if we just respect the names and, I mean, you can.
The name was mentioned already.
Look, it's a law firm, guys. I mean, we're not gonna hide things and not step on eggshells on when we speak about names or certain things. But this is a public forum. This bodies belong to all residents of the United States of America. Anybody's name or anything can be talked about in these chambers. We're not gonna censor people anymore. Continue.
Thank you.
Well, I disagree with any categorization of censoring. I have not done any censoring. I do not intend to do any censoring. But they are confidential issues. We have to.
There's nothing being confidential about this.
Raja,
fine.
I'm just
no,
testifying that they are very decent people. They are good lawyers. They have very good reputation. That's what I'm saying. But what bothers me, there is line item. It said, thank you, $90. Who was the person who was thanked for $90?
Now, out of fairness on this one, Councilman, and I know we've had this discussion in the past, not necessarily with you, but during the council chambers, different council meetings. Whenever we have something like this that's very specific, like in this particular case, this particular line item, it's only fair to call administration ahead of time so they can have the opportunity to look it over. And you can be very transparent and in the open ask that question, but in fairness to the administration, they should be given an opportunity to look into this type of thing. So if you ask me, for example, in real estate about something from 2-3 weeks ago, I'm not going to remember unless you tell me specifically so I can look into it and then answer you in that moment. The Corporation Council can look into it and get back with us, even mention it.
Council Chair, the first time this was put on the agenda, it was 1 page with the law firm. It was 1 page, the invoice, the first time it was submitted to the council to approve it.
Correct.
It was 1 page with the law firm name on top, in invoice 6-49, I believe, and it was 6,000 and some minus 10%, 5,000 and some. There was not even 1 word about what this law firm done.
May I address that?
I'm
What
just
happened?
saying, I hope this doesn't happen again because
exactly.
I'm to me as resident at that time, I'm looking at it. I don't believe the mayor when he was on the council. If something was put in front of him, he would even vote on it. Yes.
The actual mistake was with the controller's office because 2 letters, the invoices were all the backup was presented to the council, the chair. The person within I'm not naming names, within the controller's office took 2 letters. That's why when you were asking me, who's Anna? And who's this person? Right, I didn't know. And no one talked to me beforehand. But as it turned out, 2 letters were put together and copied separately. So we didn't have the data, which was sent in properly and turned in. And the letters were confused and miscopied. So when I got information, I went back to the control's office and they corrected the error. It wasn't that someone kept it out or prevented the information from being disclosed to city council, as you've said, and which I agree with, transparency.
Okay.
I think we should move forward. We will approve it and this shouldn't happen.
Council Chair.
Okay, so
Council Chair.
okay. If you don't mind, I'm sorry, Councilman. So two things on this. Number one, I had asked Corporation Council and approved having the legal. No, you can't say nothing right now, sir. Having a legal opinion brought to, I did send it to, with your permission, to all the council members. So all the council members had the legal opinion. But in my opinion, and I sent it in the email, I felt that this should have been as a part of the agenda so that every resident or anybody in the audience has a capability to read the legal opinion, because I didn't feel it was something that could be detrimental to the city if it's out in the open. That's number one. So it should have been published, honestly, and still believe it should be published.
Well,
My personal opinion.
I consider publication when I followed the charter, which says when it talks about a lawyer with the opinion letter, it says send it to, in writing, to the clerk's office. The clerk and I met last week, and she said anybody could come and have access to the letter at the clerk's office.
But I think adding on the agenda is better.
It wasn't up to me about publishing it.
Correct.
Well, I consider it publishing if it's disclosed to the clerk. It's on file with the clerk's office as all the other opinion letters, and anyone can have access to it. So it is published, it's a record for anyone to look.
Okay, but I just think an erring on the side of caution would be better. That's my personal opinion. That's why I was okay with it being published. That's one. Two, in terms of the conflict of interest, I did get your opinion letter and I did see that you felt there was not a conflict of interest, and I respect that. Obviously, you're entitled to your opinion. Do I think there was a conflict of interest? Especially now that I got the information from Councilman Bide, a little bit less conflict of interest. But I think on a precaution, it's just better in the future for us as a city to keep it separated, because it could bring up red flags and get people to start questioning. And I had a conversation with you on the phone about that. I think if I had the choice to make in that moment, I think it's better to keep them completely separated. One attorney for Warren Valley, the Issa brothers, and one attorney for the mayor, separate firms, less headache. It doesn't bring up red flags. But I know what
it was like that though.
Well, I understand. That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying in the future.
Yeah.
It's just, I think it's just better way of doing business. See, there are things in life where they're legal, but just not probably a good idea. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you, Council.
Councilman Wenzel.
Thank you, Council Chair. Couple of things is, the reason I didn't approve this the last time. I believe the city council approved, attorney fees not to exceed $165 per hour.
175. And that's, I just. It was 175.
200, yeah.
Yeah, it was 175, and I just told them, the attorney, and when I sat down with him, agreed that he's willing to take the 175.
And is it the amount the same? It's just the 5,427?
No, it's gonna.
Why is it so much higher now in our second invoice?
No, it was the same exact advice. It was the same amount.
The original.
So basically what Councilman Wenzel is saying, and based on what Councilman Bide has said, and the clerk is now saying, obviously this has to be adjusted. So when we approve this, the motion was made by Councilman Constant. He'll have to make an amendment subject to the adjustment in the dollar figure of 5,427 being adjusted to the whatever the proper amount per hour would be.
$75.
Council Chair Pro Tem said.
Yeah, was it 175?
It was 175.
Okay. So we'll have to make that amendment.
Also, with some discussion with our treasurer, I think the treasurer department needs this opinion letter. They haven't received one, and they have requests for checks, or they have checks that she's waiting for her to sign, and she has not received a copy of this opinion letter yet.
So again, and I respect that, but again, in my opinion, I think it should be given just across the board on the agenda in the future. And I think putting it as a part of the backup, so even Joe or Jane resident wants to read it, they should have a right to see it. Look, I'm big on having an open book unless it's a lawsuit or potential lawsuit. But other than that, everything should be an open book, in my opinion. You know, if there's nothing to hide, there's nothing to hide. Okay? Any other comments, Councilman?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments from council members? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Wait a minute, Chair, did you guys amend that?
Yeah, that's can.
I'm sorry.
No,
we gotta-
there's a bill. So before we amend that, I'm sorry, you're right, Madam Clerk, thank you. You agree to amend it?
Yeah,
to
the
new numbers?
with the amount of $5,427 to be adjusted to reflect an hourly rate of $175 an hour as opposed to $300 an hour.
Okay, Madam Clerk, can you please take roll call?
Nancy Breyer,
I agree to receive, note and file, but I don't agree to the amount, so I'm saying no.
Tom Wenzel,
No.
What are we voting no on? What are you guys talking about?
Item 9D.
Well, this is, I mean, before everybody votes no.
Yeah, the
hold
amount
on.
is not 5,427. It's gonna be an adjusted.
It's gonna be
It's
adjusted,
amended.
Tom, but I want you guys to keep in mind, the work was done, guys. Okay? I know this is a hard pill to swallow, Tom, and I'm telling, I understand, but you have to keep in mind that the way things played out. This was a different law firm that was initially working on certain things and emailing the senator and getting us our license at first. Look,
Okay.
everybody here wants just to see this kind of move forward. And I just want to see us on one thing on this golf course to just vote unanimously on. And it's not even for the golf course at this
Okay.
point. It's we're asking for attorneys to get paid for the work that they did. That's
Okay.
all we're asking.
Let's allow them to vote now. So, Madam Clerk, can you please take
I'm
roll
just
call
lobbying,
again?
Councilman. I'm just lobbying.
I got you.
If we can just read.
Dave Abdallah.
Can you, yes.
Council Chair.
Well, you want to start again, just.
Do you want me to
because
start again?
I- Yeah, please.
Okay, Dave Abdallah,
Yes.
Mo Baidoon,
Yes.
Tom Wenzel,
No.
Robert Constant,
Yes.
Hassan Ahmad,
Yes.
Nancy Breyer,
No.
and Zuhair Abdel-Hak.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay,
Bye.
motion carried. Thank you very much. Next item on our agenda is Councilman Abdel-Hak, City Charter Competitive Bid Process Affirmation.
Council Chair, I'm sorry, before we move on, we have another amazing officer here today, Sergeant Mo Baidoon.
Yes, Hart. Sergeant Bazzi has given his whole life to this department, so
That's
thank you
right.
for everything you do.
Thank you.
How long has been on the phone?
9 years.
Wow.
Thank you. 9 years. Started
All
with the department, we'll retire with the department.
So, go ahead. Who's gonna make that motion?
Well, I think Zuhair said,
It's his,
the councilman, it's his.
We were
Councilman?
going to a study
Okay.
session.
Well, the motion's gotta be made first.
Oh, all right.
I make the motion that that the Dearborn Heights City Council affirm the city charter provisions regarding the use of competitive bids to buy all goods and products that exceed $1,500 and to extend the competitive bids to all services provided by consultant vendors and any other services to the city. In addition, direct the mayor to get the council's approval for all contracts involving employment, contractors, vendors, consultants, engineering, planning, construction, and legal services before making any payment from the city treasury as outlined in 9E.
Support.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Abdul-Hak and seconded by Councilman Baidoon. Now, I know there was some early discussion before we were approving the agenda early on. So with that being the case, Corporation Counsel, Roger Farina recommended that this go to a study session without actually voting on it, based on a lot of my knowledge about this in multiple emails and multiple conversations, and of course, speaking with Councilman Abdel-Hak. I agree that this should go to a study session, but obviously, everybody's got to vote on that.
Council Chair.
Councilman?
Yeah, this is a complex issue, and the issue is regarding whether or not we're amending the charter. And we have to go about it a different way. And so I think I agree with the city attorney that it needs some further fine tuning is all.
I think Councilman Abdel-Hak's motive is in the right place, but I just think there's just too many balls being juggled that we have to make sure, because this will make a major impact as far as how we do things, or most importantly, how administration does things. And there was some concern from administration that this could be, slow down the process of different people getting paid and then doing their day-to-day business. So although I do respect Councilman Abdel-Hak and his motive in this, but we also have to respect the administration side. So with that being the case, I think in my personal opinion, it's best that this go to a study session, get into the nitty-gritty and the details of it, and then iron it out and come to some sort of compromise that can work for both parties.
Council Chair,
Councilman.
I'm gonna respectfully disagree with you on this.
Okay.
Very, very few times, I think, since we've served in the last 3 years, do we disagree on something, and this is one of them. So I'll note this and put it back and remember, and we'll talk about it when we're watching the Lions lose. But what I'd like to tell you is,
we went there.
There's
not this week.
Or Michigan State lose.
Oh, good one, Councilwoman. Did they play this week?
Yeah.
They played just as much as the Lions played. Council, well, hang on, guys. I want you to think, I mean, this is something where we're specifically asking that if there's any new contracts in the city, let the council be aware of it. And let me tell you something, contracts are not ironed out overnight. And if anything's gonna delay anything, maybe their position isn't ready with the city of Dearborn Heights. But let me tell you something, it needs to be understood that to work or to be a part or to have a contract in the city, it's eloquent. It's important. We're a very important city. We need to start holding our city to a higher level rather than saying, well, we might lose this or these people might not come back. Goodbye. Let them leave. Let me tell you something. When I think of somebody getting a contract with a municipality, I mean, you have to be credible. And if they're worried about an extra week or two, well, then they're not a credible company. And that's just that's just where I stand on this. Like, I had a guy just recently tell me that he's doing asphalt for the city of Detroit. And I said, wow, man, like that's truly amazing. Like, this is a guy that I sit in the backyard with and we have barbecue with. I said, like, and I don't think of him as being eloquent, but really he is, because it's like I waited and I was patient. And while other companies were running away, I stood my ground. And now he's doing asphalt for the entire city of Detroit. And so we're not going to slow ourselves down. If people want to rush us, we're not okay with that. That's just my opinion. I don't mean everything needs to come to the council, but you know what? There are every contract of any employer, anybody that's being paid through the city, every resident and every council member should know about it. Plain and simple.
But again, just to be fair, we have to make sure that all sides are able to work through this type of a process. And this is kind of a major decision to be made. So I just want to make sure, again, we're not turning it down. I'm in agreement with the general outline of the concept. I just want to make sure that all parties are heard.
All this is saying is before anything gets ratified, council approves it. That's all it's saying.
Okay.
No, that's not all it's saying. If
100%.
if I may, and
Okay,
I agree with Council Baidoon. Well, we had a referendum voted on November 6, 2007, which amended the charter through a referendum of the voters. And they voted, and we have a copy through the clerk's office dated November 6, 2007, certified by the clerk. Every precinct was documented and voted. And what it did is amended to allow an ordinance, but just for the bidding and the procurement of supplies, goods. Talk nothing about service contracts or what you're talking about. It's a major change. And the question that I checked with MMRA, as well as a number of other city attorneys, is can we amend our charter by a motion or by a vote? And the way we can do it, and we may want to throw out the charter. If we throw out the charter and get a new charter, how do we do that? Well, it's got to be done by referendum and by the vote of the people, as you stated correctly. And that's what's done. In 1986, it was amended again, same way, by a vote of the majority of the voters. And that's when 9.2 and 9.1 that deal with procurement were changed. Now, the ordinance has been put in effect to add the issues of procurement. There must have been a reason. That's why the study session will go into. Why didn't they add this language? And where do we have any situation where we've had a motion or an ordinance change our charter?
Council Chair.
Okay, I'd like to ask, one second.
I just want to ask one statement, please. I'm so sorry, Roger. Everything you just stated to us, can you send it to an email?
Absolutely. I have sent it out. Yes.
Yes.
And I do have the original copy.
Okay, yes. Send me an email of that. And, you know, I mean, maybe it's going back on opinions.
Okay. But
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you're, this is right. I don't know, but I want to see double-sided on this. I want to see more than just one opinion.
Okay, so I'm gonna give an opportunity for Councilman Abdel-Hak to
Thank you.
state to the residents as far as not so much what his motive is, but what is he trying to get to with this? And most importantly, what is he concerned about? Go ahead.
During my 20 years experience coming to the city council, I have seen everything and anything you can imagine. And I don't have any intention to accuse anybody of doing something wrong or trying to do something illegal. I'm trying to protect the money which we are responsible for it, not the mayor or the lawyer. We approve the money for everything. He can put anything he wants in front of us. And simply, it is our vote who decide, do we allow this money or not? I got all the document he's talking about. And I asked him on Sunday, I met with Mr. Raja for an hour and a half. And I asked him, please find something which is good for the resident and for all of us. And that is positive move to do. He comes back and he's telling me the motion he's suggesting. If I am wrong, please correct me, Raja.
Sure.
That everything he said is okay, but he wants to raise the allowance for mayor to spend without coming back to the city council up to $10,000 instead of $5,000. I responded, this is unacceptable. Okay. My intention is to protect anything coming in front of us, no matter how much it is, how big or how little, as long as it is within the charter, within the ordinances. And we are not trying to amend the charter. Actually, the code of ordinance in the city, like I said, 2-801 through 2805, allow us basically to add the services. We're not amending like we done before so many ordinances, and it was passed by, the city council. I'm just asking to add the services, and I'm not going to ask for anything else. I don't want at any time to give Mayor Bazzi or future mayor or anybody else any, free hand to make any obligation to the city without us knowing what it is. That's how I felt when I looked at this one, no backup. And all I see is a schedule of hours, Mr. Ali Deeb work. And I'm not even discussing his honesty or not. But every company tells you, including the lawyers, including yourself, you put the detail where you worked, on what project you worked, and how much hours. That's what I want. I want to see these things. I want the residents to see what this person is working on and why we are charged this much. So for transparency, just bring whatever papers, whatever it is, to study session, to whatever you want. And I'm willing to work with you in the mayor. How many times I have to repeat that?
Well, I agree. I think the study session would address. 801 deals with the fiscal budget. Nowhere did I send any email to the councilman, with all due respect, saying the mayor wants to do this or anything. I didn't mention even the mayor's name. What I did was take what Director Hassan Jamal at our meeting said about the limit with the federal 202, CFR 202, how the requirements now are at least 10,000. We're at 1,500. And that's what I was looking at, taking his comments and including it to you to discuss. That's what I was looking at in terms of what we can change in terms of the ordinance, which is the amount and the figures, not locking it into, but that's what came from,
Again,
that came from
I'm
Director
willing
Jamal.
to listen to you, respect you, and willing to work with you, something beneficial to the city and to us. Transparency is the most important thing in this business.
And you emphasized that in the meeting, transparency, and I agree. I think the study session will allow us to look at how the charter is, and it does, I think, and I will present to you why I think it is an amendment to the charter based on the language. And I don't think we can amend a charter just by a motion or by an ordinance, but that's what the study session is. And I think if we come with good faith to resolve this issue like we did on Sunday and we did the Friday before, I think we could come to that we can present to the vote and to the public a proper resolution.
Thank you.
Okay.
Council Chair.
Just, I have to interject here because this is a very important matter. What our Dr. Ferna, our corporation council bring in, very important for your body, legislative body. Please give me a minute to understand. Even though, yes, put it in. There's a difference between non-competitive bidding and going out up to $10,000 the federal rules to procure. Procurement is with bidding published publicly, time, and non-bidding, non-published with at least 2 quotes from a fair market contractors. So even when you go for $10,000, that's not a carte blanche to me or to any department heads to go out there and say, oh, I like this. No, it is only waiving that you don't go a public publishing. So the public publishing above $10,000 required, below $10,000 or at like this, statistically means we still have to seek professional quotes and document that in our files for paying for less than $1,000. I just need to make sure this is very understandable.
Council Chair.
Any public improvement, which I believe that Mr. Ali Deeb is working on public improvements in the city. He's working on sewer, he's working on building, on roads, those all public improvement. They qualify for bid. They qualify by charter, they qualify by the ordinances we have. They qualify for bidding, competitive bidding.
Okay, Councilman Wenzel?
Thank you, Council Chair. I think this document here is fine to be approved. I mean, we've always approved anything over $1,500. And we've recently approved service contracts. I don't know what everybody's saying. Just as recently as the ARPA spending company, we approved, that's a service contract. The Scout program from Wade Trim, that's a service contract. That was approved by City Council. The HVAC maintenance contract, that's a service contract. We've been approving service contracts with City Council for a long time. And I think this is just something that says, hey, from now on, we're not hiding anything. We're going to approve all the spending that goes on in Dearborn Heights. Nothing under the table or nothing that's not viewable by the public.
Council Chair.
Councilman?
Well, briefly, but what I heard the city attorney say is we had a vote. What year was it? Where
1986 and 2007 by general election and canvassing board records that we have.
So the charter was amended by vote of the people and services were not included. So the issue is whether or not legally to make this amendment, if it has to go to voters. And that's an important question.
I'm going to send it to you, Councilor.
Okay, so at this particular point, we gotta either vote on this to approve it or deny it, or again, just my personal opinion, I think we should take this to a study session. Please, nothing from the audience.
You gotta stop.
To take this to a study session to get into a deeper dive into this. Which one are you comfortable with doing, Councilman, since this was your motion?
Yeah, I think Zuhair should make it.
I'm going to be flexible and I will go for a study session. I want to give the administration every opportunity in the city council to understand what we have.
Okay, so your motion is to make sure we're clear is the Dearborn Heights City Council is affirming city charter provisions regarding the use of competitive bids and then ... But go ahead and set up a study session and table this for right now, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna refer it to a study session. Councilman Bidun?
Can we get a study session?
No, we will, we will. Me and George will talk tomorrow. She'll get a hold of him. We'll set up something for sure. Okay? All in favor, say aye.
Can
Aye. Any opposed?
Before you make
No.
the motion. Oh, go ahead. I'll talk about it after.
Well, no, if you have something that could change the vote, go ahead and say it.
No, I just wanted the council, I advise the council to see second opinion about this man.
Okay.
Another,
Well, we do have a right to not only a legal opinion, of course, on this from our corporation counsel, but we could also, if we decided to hire another attorney to give us a legal opinion on this.
Council Chair, I would support get another legal opinion.
Well, I think maybe, I'm not, I think, obviously you can do that. I think what we need to do is just have the study session.
Study session first.
Figure out where we disagree, where we agree, and then narrow the issues. As I said, I've checked with 4 other cities. That's all I had time for. And I checked with our risk management at MMRMA to make sure of it, what we're doing. But I think it's at the study session, we can identify.
Okay. The only thing I would ask corporation counsel, if there's something that you feel would be pertinent at the study session or to be addressed at the study session that you've received from MMRA, et cetera, if you could forward it to the council members ahead of time so they can have the opportunity not only to review it, but maybe make calls if they had to. So we're not doing that at the study session. And the study session will be set. So don't worry about that.
It'll be,
matter
give
of ironing out the
everyone
date.
time to comment and prepare, hopefully in writing what the questions.
Beautiful. Okay.
We got a week.
So all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carried.
Thank you.
Next, I thank you.
Council Chair, are we gonna talk about the Eton Center now? You said when we dealt with this.
No, I mean, during the council member comments.
Oh,
Okay, so I will definitely continue to bring that up, sir. Councilman. Okay, next item on the agenda is Police Chief Hart, purchase and payment of task chairs.
Council Chair.
We'll give this one Councilman Constant. Go ahead.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the police department to enter into a 3-year equipment lease agreement with Thomas Shelby and Company for 9 task chairs and support services for the dispatch center for cost not to exceed $17,844. And authorize the mayor and the clerk to sign the lease agreement. In addition, authorize the mayor and comptroller or clerk to sign the necessary warrants and the treasurer to issue payment as outlined in 9F.
Support. Okay, motion made by Councilman Constant, seconded by Councilman Abdel-Hak. Is there any discussion on that?
Council Chair.
Councilman?
We passed, I believe, over $400,000 for the dispatch, if I'm not mistaken, probably 2 years ago. And we are leasing. Why we are leasing? Why we're not buying these? And what's going on with our dispatch? How far are we on the upgrade of the dispatch?
You took the question from me. You
Since
copied off.
we have the money, and I know
Yeah.
that we approved the money, so why the delay? Why we don't upgrade our dispatch
The
center?
question B on this one, Director, is, and this was something that crossed my mind, $18,000 for the chairs on a 3-year lease. If it's gonna be 9 chairs, that comes out to roughly around $2,000 per chair, roughly. For
Oh,
a
yes.
lease. I just wanted to get a better understanding why it would not make, at least in my opinion, without knowing, better sense to maybe purchase them. I
Sure.
assume they're not more than 2,000, but whatever.
Well, so let's set the base. A task chair for dispatch normally runs on average 2,500 to 3,000 a chair. So when you do the math, it comes out almost even to where at the end of 3 years, we'll have 9 beat up chairs and I'll have to replace them. Or this is the only company that's doing this in the country right now, leasing these type of chairs for these type of centers. We start out with 9 new chairs. Anything breaks, snaps, rips, we call in a service request. They come out and fix it or send a part, whatever. They come out and fix it at the first year anniversary. They swap them all out. So we have 9 new chairs for year 2. At the second year anniversary, they come out, they swap them out. We have 9 new chairs for year 3. At the end, we won't have an asset. I freely admit that. But 'tis better to have 9 new assets every year than, or really 27 at the end of 3 years. But be that as it may, I'd rather have good equipment for 3 years instead of kind of beat up equipment at the end of
They
3
said
years.
they repair it during those 3
Yes, sir.
years?
Yeah,
So
if we bust a wheel.
there's a warranty basically.
Yes.
Okay, so I didn't know that those chairs cost 2,500, whatever.
Council Chair,
That makes sense.
I'm sorry if I may, if you read in supporting documents actually cost 1,900 per chair. And with the discount, county discount, would go down to 1,300 per chair. But I guess the police department, they found that they would go the other way for the dispatch because first the insurance that they would probably repair all the chairs if there's any damage happened to the chairs. And second, like the director said, on the second anniversary, they'll supply new chairs. So you gotta weigh either like you buy something, save some money, and you gotta deal with it, or you're gonna lease it and they'll take care of it.
Council Chair. So we all set with you got your answer, you're comfortable?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, Councilman.
Guys, it's gonna be a hard pill for me to swallow on $18,000 and we don't get to keep the chairs. And then we're gonna spend in 3 years an additional $18,000. I mean, just speaking for myself, I don't change my furniture at home every 3 years or every year, and I sit on it oftenly. I don't think that this is I think we should just flat out buy them at $1,300 at 9 of them, and they could potentially last us 6 years. And if 2 of them go bad or 4 of them go bad, we still got 5. And now you're only purchasing 3. I don't think we should be leasing chairs. I think we should purchase them out. I don't know, I think the clerk or not the clerk, the treasurer was the last person to buy chairs for the city. And that was about 3 years ago. How are your chairs hanging in there? And those are like $120 chairs that she bought from Walmart.
Sir, if I may.
The only X factor on that though is I've been through dispatch and I've watched the Dearborn dispatch and the Dearborn Heights dispatch. For the men and ladies that we have working in dispatch, it's a whole different ball game versus in most offices where people can get up and walk around, maybe go to the.
I'm saying buy them.
No, I understand that. But I'm just saying it's very imperative, in my personal opinion, based on what I've heard from the director, to have not only the most comfortable, the newest, the greatest, because they're sitting at these chairs. And because of all the emergencies coming in, I would want them to be at their top level, super comfort level, to be able to make the decisions when they get a 911 call. But that's just my personal opinion.
Sir, if I may.
Let that director, then you're next.
Oh,
Just if I may, sir, you're right. It's 24/7, 365. Up and down, beating into the desk and everything. You're right, we could buy them, but unfortunately, it's not just replacing 2, 3, 4, or 5. We'll replace them all within 18, 24 months minimum. So I'm just trying to give the city the ability to have us have the best equipment I can for these dispatchers who are sitting there all day, every day.
In a room.
And by at the end of 3 years, we're going to have beat up assets that I'm going to come to you and ask to dispose of anyway. So, this is something a little different. I freely admit it. Only a few municipalities have tried this. They're doing this over in Canton. And again, my idea is just basically have the equipment, the best equipment I can for the dispatcher.
But I think a very pertinent fact that was just said that I never thought about it, but the director's right. Because unlike your traditional offices throughout the city, these are being used 24 hours because they're continuous, nonstop dispatch. So let's say, for example, the treasurer's office, they're there for 7, 8, 9 hours that day, and that's it. Whereas dispatch, like the director just mentioned, it's 24 hours straight.
Council Chair, there's no wear and tear to chairs for sitting down on them for so long. The chairs are eventually, please, Director, I'm speaking, so go through the Council Chair. Chairs, how often are you gonna bump this in those 12 hours, or are you gonna sit up and down in those 12 hours? Look, I'm just being honest. I worked at a company where we purchased the chairs. Granted, it was a Fortune 500 company. We're okay with spending $20,000 on chairs for 3 years. I'd rather take that money and pay our dispatchers to have more money. I'm sorry. Look, I have never voted no for the police department, ever. I wish that I didn't have to today, but this will be the first time I've ever said no to something because I feel like just buy them. Why would I, leasing? We lease, and I hate to say it, it's because we don't have $30,000 to put up front to be able to buy a car, or $40,000 to buy a car and then be able to sell it. But the person that leases the car is a sucker. The companies know it. They know they're making money. The same thing with this company. They know they're going to make money off of us leasing these. Let's just buy them. I'm not saying don't get the chairs. Get the chairs. Just buy them. Don't lease them. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Council Chair.
Councilman Wenzel.
Yeah, thank you, Council Chair. Yeah, for $2,000, a chair should last quite a while. It doesn't even have kids jumping up and down on them. It's really wear them out. You know, I'm not sure if this is gonna pass or not. But the next three items on this, I'm gonna vote no on these next three items because there's a certain individual that has his name attached to these three items, and I stated that as long as that person had their name attached to these items, I'd be not supporting it or voting in favor of it.
Okay,
Council Chair,
Councilman?
I just hope that we count from 1 to 100. So.
If I may, Council, if you're finished.
Are you done?
No, go ahead.
I don't think, and I have all due respect for the council, that we should make a vote on whether a personal issue or a personal like or dislike of any individual. We're all professionals and we're accountable to the citizens here, not to our personal feelings. And I would ask if you could just with due respect, rethink the comment and not make it a personal decision, but make it objective and professional.
You finished.
Okay.
Council Chair,
Hassan,
Councilman.
I haven't finished. Sorry, from your experience, how many years such chairs serve before they can be replaced?
From what I've seen from this dispatch center and a couple others that I've worked at, especially the National Operations Center in DC, roughly 12 to 14 months.
12 to 14 months. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilman Ahmad?
Council Chair, I just want to, I want to mention probably the money we're saving is almost $6,000 between leasing the chairs or buying them. So, we got to keep in mind too, like, if those chairs get damaged and they need to be repaired, how much it's going to cost us to send somebody to repair those chairs? So, it is gonna.
The only thing I'm gonna add on this again, when I walk through dispatch, you always hear of dispatch, you always hear of 911. God willing, none of us have to call 911, okay? But you never really get to see it until you walk through the dispatch. And again, I walked through Dearborn, I walked through Dearborn Heights multiple times. And I walked through the one in Macomb, I believe it was Macomb has a combined dispatch, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
I do.
And when and I also, not that makes me an expert, but I watch many things on YouTube, et cetera, just the mindset and what they go through. It is a very high stress job. And just thinking out loud right now, let's call it the way it is, all of us, myself included. When we get something new, like it.
Council Chair, we are getting chairs. It's not.
But when you get new chairs every year, it's going to be even better in terms of morale of our dispatch.
100%. I like leasing stuff because I don't like to worry about the repairs. But over here, you're spending public money. If it's not going to cost us that much to repair, then I'll definitely buy them. But if it's going to cost us so much to repair, I'll definitely go with the lease.
Council Chair.
That's all I'm saying.
How expensive is it gonna be to change?
I don't know.
And if you buy it, there has to be at least some type of warranty if it's a $2,000 chair.
That's missing.
Council Chair,
also, these chairs, you're not sitting on them 2-3 hours a day. Dispatchers are sitting in these chairs 24/7. So just remember that. They're open 24/7 to dispatch.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't close in dispatch for the ones that are not aware.
All right, let's go ahead and take this thing to a vote.
Council Chair, one thing is, Council Chair.
Councilman.
One thing that's missing out of here, and I was gonna mention before Councilman Baidoon said, when you buy a chair, it has a warranty. I've got a Lazy Boy rocker recliner and the rocking mechanism worn out because my wife loves to rock. 2 years. They came out, they fixed it for free. They put a new mechanism in. When you buy, what's missing here is what kind of warranty do you get when you buy a chair? That's what we're the same chair. If you buy them, what kind of manufacturer's warranty? Unconditional, 1 year, 2 years, 4 or 5 years. Reputable companies, they'll warranty their product for a long time. So you continue to work with them.
Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and take this thing to a vote. Motion made by Councilman Constant, seconded by Councilman Abdel-Hak. All in favor, please state aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? No. All right, Madam Clerk. This is just so that we follow the same format, please.
Dispatchers don't get chairs.
Robert Constant,
No.
Nancy Breyer,
Yes.
Dave Abdallah,
Yes.
Zuhair Abdel-Hak,
Yes.
Hassan Ahmad,
No.
Mobidu,
No.
and Tom Wenzel.
No, and I'm not saying that these dispatchers don't deserve the best. They do deserve the best, but let's look into some other alternatives here.
Or maybe,
Motion was defeated.
I'm sorry?
Motion was defeated 3-4.
Okay. Motion defeated. Next item on our agenda is Police Chief Hart, purchase and payment of digital license plates.
Council Chair,
Councilwoman?
I'd like to make a motion that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the acquisition of digital license plates for police department patrol vehicles with a 3-year service agreement with Reviver for a cost not to exceed $24,993.92, and authorize the mayor and clerk to sign the agreement. In addition, approve a budget amendment to include within its operating parameters. Furthermore, authorize the mayor and comptroller or clerk to sign the necessary warrants. The treasurer to issue payment is outlined in 9G.
Support.
All right. Supported by Councilman Abdel-Hak. Any discussion on this?
Council Chair.
Councilman Ahmad.
Thank you, Council Chair. Director, I have a few questions. I mean, try to convince me on this. I mean, this is something new in Michigan, correct? It says here.
Yes, sir.
And it's like a GPS system that you guys can track the cars with it?
No,
Yes, sir.
That's this.
No, it does have,
Yes, sir.
it's like a
That's-
GPS system too. So this is like a GPS system and on agenda 9H2, we're approving another 5 GPS systems. So what's the difference between
Can you read me that one? What's, I don't. I
the
don't
other one is
recognize what you-
GPS that like to approve the acquisition of 5 GPS
Oh,
vehicle
that's
tracking
something-
devices.
That's something completely different. We can explain that, but so the item that we're talking about right now is what's going to be put on our patrol cars.
Mhm.
The next thing I'd like, my partner's going to talk about, but I'll just tell you, I mean, that's something that we will attach to a bad guy car so we can track them down later.
So that's totally different then.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we're talking about the digital and maybe officer, you can explain briefly what is so that they don't have to change the plate every so many years.
It's not so much that. I mean, that is a byproduct of it, sure. But mostly it gives us as managers, gives us as administrators the ability to know where our cars are. We can overlay them with other crime data. As we are in the police department, we're taking in all information that we generate as a department. We compile those and we could start building our heat maps, our location maps where we see there's problems here, there's problems there. Plus, we also have oversight of our officers. We are always looking for tools to better utilize our vehicles, know where our staffing is, and also know where problem areas are.
Council Chair.
Go ahead,
I'm sorry, I wasn't done.
I'm sorry, sir.
No problem. So, I mean, I'm all about technology. I love technology, but I mean, is this something like we need right now? I know it says here you have 2 options to pay for them, either for the forfeiture account or for a grant. Did you apply for a grant?
I did, sir.
You did? Do you know when you're gonna hear about it?
November, sir.
November. So can we table this until we hear back from the grant or?
Well, sir.
You have to purchase it first, I think.
You have to purchase before you get the grant? Or?
And I could be mistaken. Okay, yeah,
Can
we can
we
hold
need
off.
to get the grant first, then can we get the grant first and then buy it?
I'm trying to.
You can't.
Can you restate your question, sir?
Can we get approved for the grant, then buy those, or we have to buy them, then get the grant? I don't know if
No,
it
we
works
can,
that way.
so the grant's through MMRMA.
Okay.
I put it up through a RAP grant, risk avoidance program. That's why we decided to use forfeiture funds, because again, it is to bolster our abilities and our capabilities within the police department. I was able to also write myself into the grant through MMRMA as kind of a backup. So if you'd like to wait, sir, that's absolutely fine with me.
Thank you, Director. Another question. So since you track those vehicles with this, don't we have GPS on the vehicles right now?
We
Track
do.
them?
We do, but it doesn't give us the level of detail that we like. They're not bad. We can use it. But what we found with this is it gives us the ability to overlay it onto other data sets.
Council Chair, since he applied for a grant and it's going to be in November, I would say table it till November. I mean, it's not going to be tomorrow. Since already they have GPS system on the vehicles. Once we have the grant, we can save the money that we have in the forfeiture account and use it for something else and use that grant for this. I mean, this is me, but I mean, it's up to you guys.
I agree with you, Councilman. Because I would like to have this still. I
Just
just think,
table it until the grant is approved.
Well, Councilman Abdel-Hak was first and you, Mayor.
Go ahead, Mayor.
I mean, we could still approve it pending we get the grant, you know,
I mean, if we're able to do that, I have no problem. Approve it pending the grant approval
it's the
only.
same thing though.
No, I mean, if they get the grant, then it's approved. If they don't get the grant, it's not approved.
It's not approved, yeah.
Director,
Yes, sir.
if we go ahead and we buy these and we get the grant, can we put the money back in the forfeiture?
Yes, that was my goal, sir.
So that is possible.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is the benefit to your department was doing this kind of things? Do you have any reasonable reason to track your officers 24/7?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Well, number one is obviously transparency. So we understand where our officers are, where they're conducting their stops. We also have officer safety because we'll have a map up in dispatch. And again, it's all about anything that an officer does, we take it as, you know, every movement is a system, it's a sensor, and we're taking in information. And then we're going to overlay and distill that information into usable products that we're able to understand where our trouble spots are, as I've already mentioned, trouble spots, where things we should be looking at. Maybe we start seeing, you know, our officers making multiple stops at location X. Well, maybe we'll take a look at that. Maybe we find that we should put a stop sign there. I don't know. That's a, you know, that's just a hypothetical, if you will.
Council Chair, I'm sorry, one more question, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Director, it says here 32 vehicles. That's all we have, or? is
Yes,
it
sir. 32 patrol vehicles, give or take.
Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion on this?
Are we amending the motion?
Well, I mean, the one that made the motion was Councilman Constant. So you want to amend it, Councilman?
No, it was me.
Oh,
Nancy.
All right.
Moby Dune gave me wrong information. Okay, so Councilman Breyer, seconded by Councilman Ahmad, is that correct?
Two
No.
here.
Not by me.
I'm sorry. I said wing it.
Okay, what do you
Okay.
want?
So
you wanna
Councilwoman
amend-
would like to amend it
I'd
to
like to
be
amend the
subject to the
aforementioned,
grant approval?
subject to approval,
Grant approval.
grant approval, pending grant approval.
Okay.
I just want to make it for the record, this is not being approved unless we get grant funding. So like,
May I ask a
Council
question,
Chair?
sir?
I mean, if that's
Let's
what.
hear
amendment is.
Councilwoman Nancy, please, if you can repeat your motion. so
You want the
it's clear.
whole thing?
No, just
All right.
Okay, but before you do, Councilwoman, you have
May I
something to say,
ask-
Director?
Yes, sir. Can I ask a question on that? So if the grant is not approved,
This is
do I
not
then come back and represent this then?
correct.
Okay.
Through forfeiture money.
Correct.
Okay. Councilwoman would like to amend your motion?
Well, I don't like it the way it's now turning out to be. I think it should be approved even if we don't get the funding.
Then let's just approve it the way it is and see if it passes, because clearly there's a disagreement on the way it gets sent over. Let's just make a vote on this.
This helps the department work more efficiently, get data, saves the city money.
Okay. So what is your motion, Councilwoman?
What do you want?
Up to you.
At this point, do you guys want it subject to and then have him come back?
I'd like to see it subject to an approval of grant funding. Yes, let's not use taxpayers' money. Let's be able to use the government's money.
We hope we get.
I know, but we can use the forfeiture
Can we
fund
put
on
a
something
time
else.
limit on it?
No,
Can I put a time limit on it within a certain time frame?
I mean, the grant is gonna be
Yeah, fine.
answered in November.
Councilman Abdel-Hak had a question before you go, just
Okay.
1 second.
Director, how many cities in the state of Michigan do this kind of monitoring?
As of about 2 weeks ago, none.
We are the first.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
yeah.
Okay, no conflict.
So this is the only company that's in Michigan right now.
It's the only one approved by the state,
By the
sir.
state.
Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman.
All right, well, I think the one you want is, you guys want me to say, it would be subject to pending grant approval.
Correct.
Okay,
Forfeiture money approval.
so basically the way the motion is written is not being approved. This would be, we would approve this as long as we get the grant. Okay, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
No.
No,
Yes, go ahead, ma'am. Clerk.
I'm sorry. No. Can she repeat the motion? I'm sorry. I just don't want to be confused on what I'm.
If we so here's the thing.
So we
Me,
have-
I'm in
we
favor of
vote in-
this.
If we vote in yes, that means we are not approving this until they approve.
Unless they get the grant.
Yes, unless they get the grant.
So,
You voted no though.
no.
Well,
vote
so
yes.
again, myself personally, I'm in favor of getting this for the police department. Period, whether it's through forfeiture money, which is not our money,
Okay,
or through a grant, which is not our money. I'm okay with it.
yeah, but I mean, forfeiture fund is limited.
I know, but if it's subject to getting the grant, then no, I'm not in favor of it. I'd rather go with the way the motion is written right now.
Okay, then
personally.
let's do her motion, let's do a vote on it, or
Exactly.
take the roll call on it, I'm sorry.
You want to do? Nancy Breyer.
No,
She did the
Robert?
motion. You did the motion.
All right.
what do you
Robert
mean
Constant.
it's yes?
How do we vote? in-
I want to do it either way, so you know.
Oh, okay.
Subject to grants.
Yeah.
Yes.
What do you mean?
So
no?
is that a yes or no?
If, so the motion on the table sits, if the grant is approved, this is approved. If the grant isn't approved, then we come back to city council.
Right. That's what's on the table.
Okay, yes, guys.
So you're Nancy Breyer.
Yes.
Council Chair. What, no, what, I'm confused now. What, this is
Okay.
like, come on.
So let me say-
what the
let me
heck?
keep
Yeah,
this in simple terms.
Lay it on the line.
So the way the motion is, the ways the motion is written right
Yeah.
now, we would be approving it to have the city of Dearborn Heights Police Department get this equipment, whether it's through ideally a grant, if not, they would use the forfeiture money to do this. With the amendment where it's only subject to a grant, then what you're voting on right now is you're saying, all right, you can get this if you get the grant. But if you don't get the grant, you can't get this. You gotta come back in front of council and represent whether it's through forfeiture money or whatever it happens to be at that moment. But basically, we are only approving it and only if they get the grant,
Correct.
not either way, which is the way it was originally written as a motion.
So we're voting on the amendment.
Amendment.
Okay.
Okay. Ready?
Okay?
Yes.
Dave Abdallah,
No.
Robert Constant,
Yes.
Mo Baidoon,
Yes.
Hassan Ahmad,
Yes.
Zuhair Abdel-Hak,
Yes.
and Tom Wenzel.
No,
No, I think Nancy was a yes. right?
Yeah, naturally, yes.
I'm switching to a no.
It's okay.
Okay, it's within the councilwoman's rights, so you wanna go ahead and just repeat that again? Because we have not, just for those in the
The
audience,
rest.
we have not said if the motion carried or not, so go ahead and pick a roll call
You want
again.
me to do it again?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Dave Abdallah,
No.
Hassan Ahmad,
Yes.
Zuhair Abdel-Hak,
Yes.
Tom Wenzel.
yes,
Good, yes, okay, Mo Baidoon,
Yes.
Robert Constant.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. She said.
I know.
I didn't, Nancy Breyer.
No,
Yes.
Motion carries as amended 5-2.
Okay, so motion carries that this is subject to grant money. Next item on the agenda is item 9H, Police Chief Hart, purchase and payment. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the one we just did. Is that correct? Yeah, 9H.
They're
You're on
doing
9H
GPS now.
now.
9H.
You got it
That's what I thought. Okay, I thought you talked about GPS. Okay. Item 9H, Police Chief Hart, purchase and payment of GPS devices.
Council Chair,
Councilman, go ahead.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the acquisition of 5 GPS vehicle tracking devices with a 3-year service agreement with Star Chase for a cost not to exceed $57,887.75 and authorize the mayor and clerk to sign the agreement. In addition, authorize the mayor, comptroller, or clerk to sign the necessary warrants and the treasurer to issue payment as outlined in 9H.
Support.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Constant, seconded by Councilman Abdel-Hak. Any
Council
discussion?
Chair.
Council Chair.
Okay, Councilman Wenzel first, then Councilman Abdel-Hak.
Thank you, Council Chair. When this was brought up to us year or 6 months ago, whenever it was so vague and the chief wasn't really familiar with it when we asked him some questions about, what kind of apparatus this was. It was something that's shot out of a gun, sticks to the car, or something that's in the front grill and shoots out. And once it's used, it has to be reloaded. How much does it cost to reload it? there was so many, I mean, I thought we were supposed to have a study session on this with a presentation, and that never happened.
It was not a study session.
No, I mean, we talked about having, yeah. But that's we didn't approve it.
Some more information,
Yeah,
but then it was
yeah.
never brought forward again. So maybe the director can update us.
Yeah, Director Swope. Yes, I'm not sure about the previous motion to try and get this at the police department, but I think it's a very important tool for us to bring to the department. This involves police chases. Okay, our police chases are up because we went to a chase policy to where we're not allowing criminals to just drive through our city anymore. Okay, so this year we've chased so far in what is it, October, 144 cars. That's a lot of cars, right? The majority of these cars get away because we are very responsible with our police chases. Okay, so we may chase a car for a minute, 2 minutes, who knows, 30 seconds, but we will terminate a chase. But when these cars get away, there's no way to find them. Right? Sometimes they don't have plates on them. Sometimes we don't get close enough to get a plate. So this technology here will allow us to continue to chase 144 people in 10 months out of our city, but also to do it safely for the citizens and for our officers. Okay, and so I guess to answer the question in regards to what it is exactly, so it is a device that's in the grill of the police car, and then the driver of the police car has a button. Basically, it actually looks like the person's in a jet, right? So this police officer would aim a green arrow on the back of a bad guy's car, and they would arm it, hit the button. A projectile would shoot out at 27 miles per hour at a bad guy's car and stick on the back. I went to a demo for this type of thing, and the people who developed the product, Star Chase, they actually stood in front of this dart. It's actually like a foam dart with glue at the end of it, a lot of glue. It gets to like 127 degrees, but he took it to the chest, and it can't hurt you. It's been the National Institute of Justice did a study, and it's not considered lethal. It's considered just a foam dart with glue on it. It doesn't damage the police car. I'm sorry, it doesn't damage the bad guy's car. It just pulls right off. So I think that, I know it sounds like it's a lot of money, $57,000 over 3 years. That's a lot. But with that being said, the darts are replaceable. Everything, the service, the warranty, everything is taken care of during those 3 years. But with that being said, 144 police chases in a year, if just one of those end up bad, where our officers do something inappropriate, or someone claims we do and we end up losing, it's going to cost 10 times that amount, right? And we don't, as a police department, want to allow bad guys to come into our city and victimize our citizens while they sleep. And that's been a common theme over the last several years. And we're not going to allow that. This technology will help us. Sorry for the long-winded answer.
Wait, Councilman Abdel-Hak first, and Councilman Bidun, then you're next. Councilman, so we all set?
Well,
No.
I mean, kind of, but not really. It's $60,000 roughly for 3 years, and then you have to get another 3 years, right? It's just like you're renewing it every 3 years, and probably more likely it'll be a lot higher in 3 years. I'd like to see a demonstration on this. It'd be pretty cool to see, actually what happened. And cars are driving, boom, boom, we're going up and down and turning and stuff, and choo, I mean, it sounds pretty cool. You can put a laser beam on it and point at it, like those some guns have. I mean, what's the accuracy of these when it's shot? The history of these. What's the accuracy of them sticking it to a car? I mean, do we know that?
Yeah. So I can't give you a percentage. Well, I probably could. I'm sure there's some documentation on the percentage but it's variable, right? So how close are you to the car? How good is the officer at aiming this? Normally it's going to shoot straight, but I mean, sometimes you lift high, sometimes you lift low. So a percentage I probably couldn't give you, but it's dummy proof, right? So we can manage it pretty well, right? So we just hit a button, it shoots on the back of the car. It has a GPS tag. We back off. We say, hey, our officers are going to be safe. Our citizens are going to be safe. And then we're going to follow up this car and pull up behind it in their driveway when they get home.
I like it, but yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
and with in
so-
regards to demos, and they do offer a demo. We also, if it gets approved and we get these, we will have a training day, which I would welcome all the council members to come and take a look at the product that we could possibly purchase. And the training darts are free, so the more we shoot, the better we get.
Well, the councilman wants a demo. Councilman, can you stand in that corner? If you don't mind?
Take your best shot.
Council Abdel-Hak is next. Go ahead.
Council Chair.
You wanna go?
No, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Director.
Yes, sir.
Again, how many cities are using such thing?
I couldn't answer that. Michigan, I don't know if there's a city in Michigan using it currently. It's really big on the West Coast. There's a lot of stolen cars, a lot of police chases. I'm sure we all know that on the West Coast. So it's really big there. It's actually made on the East Coast. I know Boston has them, like a lot of cities do have them that can afford them.
Now, what is the percentage of the cars, of the chases the department did in 1 year? And you were successful and some of them went to another city and we stopped.
That's correct. So out of 144 chases, I'd have to look at our data and how many people we actually took into custody. But I mean, we've took into custody armed robbers and carjackers and murderers and all types of stuff. So people aren't running just because they have a suspended license. So these are bad people that we're pursuing. I couldn't give you the percentage right now because there's a lot of data involved and I would just have to pull it up in ARCs. But with that being said, the majority of people who run from us right now aren't caught.
Now, if you are running after somebody, let's say bad person, and he crossed to another city, do you follow him to that city or you call the police of that city to follow him?
No, we follow him. We follow him.
follow.
We continue a pursuit until we decide the pursuit is not safe. Pursuit and the officers can terminate a pursuit.
How far is the distance for your
Wait.
system to be able?
Hold on, I'm sorry, Councilman. I think just to be on the safe side, maybe you could tell me better, Director. It's probably not best to say our specific policies.
Yeah, I mean, I would obviously, if we were in a
Can you
closed
talk,
session,
please
we
state
could do that.
generically, yeah,
Yeah.
generic
Okay.
conversation.
We would pursue.
Don't give it specific.
Yeah, I won't. Okay.
Let's not even answer that question, actually. I don't even feel comfortable with you even answering that question. Let's not even discuss that question. please.
Council Chair, I would just add, as a former prosecutor, prosecuting police officers who engaged in high-speed chases where citizens were killed. It is a life-saving issue. They just started a policy of engaging in chases, but usually Detroit stops after, say, 2 blocks or a certain distance. It's a safety precaution for the citizens more than any, as well as tracking down the bad guys. We have to engage because I've talked to other prosecutors where we had a reputation known through Livonia, through other bad guys, that we were not engaging.
Roger, please, I just, let's not have any more discussions as to what our policy is on cases.
Council Chair.
Scratch that.
Council Chair, please, if I may.
Okay, you're next, then Councilman Ahmad.
I didn't finish yet.
I know, but I don't want specifics.
I'm not going to say specific. I just want to see the efficiency and the benefit to our residents. And how far, we can track somebody. Let's say, between you and him, there is 2 miles. Is your system is it capable for 5 miles, 6 miles?
Yes, it's web-based and it's a GPS tracker, so it hits the satellites.
Okay.
Each officer will have a map in their car, and dispatch will have a map, supervisors, and that car could go anywhere, period, on this earth, and we'll know exactly where that car is.
In your opinion, in your expertise, you feel this will benefit the police department or not?
I do. I think it'll benefit not only the police department, but the citizens of Dearborn Heights and other citizens of different.
Thank you,
Council Chair.
Councilman Bidun and Councilman Ahmad.
I just want I read this earlier. I absolutely love this. I think this is really, really good. It really, and one of the things that really got to me was this takes our officers' lives away from danger, right? You don't want to continue going on this pursuit, but this is my issue, that there's only 5. Now, what if those 5 cars are not in pursuit and the other 31 are in pursuit? So that's the dynamics that you're going to have to do. That's my first question. My second question is, when you're on a high-speed chase, not that I've been in one, but, just looking at, cops on TV, a high-speed chaser is moving around quick.
Yeah.
What happens when you lose a dart or 3, or is there only 1 dart in the car?
Yeah.
And then you use that 1 dart.
Yeah, I'm not going to tell you how many there are, but we have multiple chances to get this dart to stick. So I guess the first question.
Thanks for not responding to that one, actually.
Yeah.
I'll ask you off the record.
Yeah. So the first question, I'm sorry, that
The
was.
first question is, what if the one of the
I
five
get
are
it.
not in pursuit?
I get it. So the reason why we chose 5 is they're expensive, right? We haven't tested them out. And we didn't want to say we want 20 of them and waste the citizens' money, and have it be a bust, right? But I believe with 144 pursuits and a lot of crime, well, I don't know if there's not a lot of crime in our city, but one crime is enough for me. I think that $57,000 is worth making sure that criminals know.
I agree
that we're going to get you when you come in our city.
Yeah.
Okay, Councilman Ahmad?
There's only questions on this because I think it's cool. It sounds like a Batman gadget, really. It sounds.
It looks like one.
Yeah, yeah. But one last question. What if the perpetrator just removes?
So that's fine. They could do that, right? And it happens. But I'll tell you this, it's real-time tracking. So it records it. So we're going to know exactly where that person went before they took it off.
Perfect.
And a lot of times what happens is they'll pull into a gas station and they'll take it off and throw it in the garbage. Well, what's at the gas station? Cameras. What's in Detroit? A lot of our cars end up in Detroit. So what's in Detroit? Everywhere you look.
The green light.
Cameras.
Yep.
So they're going to pull over. They're going to take it off. We're going to get their face. They're going to be smiling. Done by technology.
Okay. Councilman.
Thank you, Council Chair. Actually, one of the questions, Councilman Vadun did ask about.
Yeah,
We're buying 5 and we have 32 vehicles.
Yeah.
Just didn't make sense to me. I mean, how are you guys gonna do that? Second, I was reading here, it says it has a short battery life. It's about 8 hours. So how are you gonna be?
Yeah.
Is that
Well,
like an obstacle too?
yeah.
I mean.
Well, police officers, we have 2 great ones in the room over here.
Round of applause one more time for those 2 great officers.
So when police officers lose a bad guy, we don't just say, all right, we're done. We start hitting the computers. We determine what do you think they stopped at that gas station? So 8 hours is probably 6 hours, too much, right? Because we put in a lot of effort right after the chase ends to still try and find that person. So.
And I think it's 8 hours for the system to keep being able to launch. So if you don't use it in 8 hours, the battery dies, you cannot use it anymore.
No.
So they have to go back to the station and.
Nope, it's a little different. All it is there's actually a second button in the car, and all that does, it arms it. So it's like gas, right? It's like you use one of those guns. that
Charging
shoot.
it.
Yeah. So you hit it. Let's say you go to stop a stolen car, you hit it, it charges, you shoot it. Right. And then same thing, before you make a traffic stop on, it could be anybody. It could look like someone that, an older lady who did nothing wrong in her entire life. You still arm that just in case. Right.
And I see the motion here is for the 5 and 3 year service. So what about the darts? How expensive are those darts?
The darts are included in the price, so they're unlimited.
Unlimited darts?
Yeah, so they're gonna probably for a while lose a little money on us, but I think overall, I think it's a great price for the benefit.
And I see here you have 2 grant requests. Can you tell me more about those? grants?
Yeah, so Director Vanderplow submitted a grant to MMRMA, and they will look to approve this at a special meeting. Certain things are approved automatically through MMRMA, and special projects aren't necessarily approved right away. We haven't had great luck getting special projects approved. Fingers crossed on the license plates. But with that being said, I think if we do get the grant, we can replace it. But we can't replace someone's life over that 30 days.
I agree with this one.
Councilman.
But the other grant,
I know there's a cop's office and cop's office.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, so that's the DOJ program that we have, at working with our police department now. We are going to ask them if a grant will open up for that. Their grant season, I think, is sort of closing in October, so we don't even know what's going to be available yet. But with that being said, we will submit for a grant, and hopefully we can get more.
Thank you, Council Chair.
Thank you. Okay,
The
Councilman.
city about 7 years ago paid out just under $3 million. The Dearborn Heights Police were chasing a person who went through the
Councilman,
red light at Pelham and Van Born, and another, not the person that committed the civil infraction, was hit and killed. So it's well worth the money, and I'm sure MMRMA will give us a credit for using something like this. Because high-speed
Yeah.
chases, especially in a neighborhood like ours is, hit somebody and somebody's killed.
Yeah, and in regards to MMRMA, they're great and they do great things for us. But for special projects, things that people haven't done before, there's not on those types of things.
Council Chair.
Council Chair.
Thank you.
Council Chair.
Hopefully this is the last comment. I think it will ensure or improve our insurance rates.
I mean, I would assume so because the lower your crime rate, and the less accidents we're in, our
Right.
police cars are in, the lower the rates probably would be.
Council Chair.
And I went down to Toledo and did a demo there. It's a bright laser.
Pretty big. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's make this a wrap.
Wait a minute,
Come on, guys.
I know it's an interesting thing, so I know there's a lot of
Well,
questions.
when it's snowing or raining, and is there an installation cost on these?
Yeah, so it's all included. They'll even, so they install four of them. And then our mechanic that we have at the police department, they will assist him for the install on the fifth one. Yeah, so that way if we buy more units, we won't have to ever pay for installation because our fine mechanic at the PD will take care of that.
Thank you.
Okay.
But in regards to snow and rain, it sticks.
Okay, let's go ahead and take this to a vote. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
In all due respect to Director Swope, I'm voting no.
You won't know, you said? Okay. Madam Clerk, can you take roll call, please?
Nancy Breyer,
Yes.
Dave Abdallah,
Yes.
Tom Wenzel,
Nope.
Hassan Ahmad,
Yes.
Moby Dun,
Yes.
Robert Constant,
Yes.
and Zuhair Abdel-Hak.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
Okay, motion carried.
Council Chair, I'd still like to see some kind of demonstration on this, just to see what it's like. I mean, is there a video, or a YouTube thing on it or something, or? Okay.
Video? Okay, thank you.
My guys.
Item 11, item 11A. Item 11A, Council Chair Abdallah, extension of the temporary food uses and licenses at specific locations resolution.
Council Chair.
Councilman?
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council move to further extend the amended resolution regarding city council approval process for temporary food licenses, uses and licenses at specific locations for an additional 180 days as outlined in 11A.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Constant, seconded by Councilwoman Breyer. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it.
Good
Motion
job,
carried.
Councilman. Thank you for that. Can't wait till we see one ratified and completely.
No problem. Next item on the agenda is item 11B, City Engineer Dib, second reading of the proposed ordinance H23-03.
Council Chair,
Councilwoman?
I'd like to make a motion that the Dearborn Heights City Council move that proposed ordinance H23-03, an ordinance of the city of Dearborn Heights, providing that the Code of Ordinances, City of Dearborn Heights, be amended by amending section 36-64 concerning Taylor Dearborn Heights Gateway Overlay District be considered read for the second time and clarify that this ordinance in no way affects the current and any future used car moratoriums as outlined in 11B.
Support.
Okay, motion made by Councilwoman Breyer, seconded by Councilman Abdel-Hak. Any discussion on this?
What happened to that? It was me.
You did it together.
I'm gonna take credit for that one.
All right.
You're the council chair. I'm gonna let it slide.
Parentheses.
Luckily, we got good years of friendship.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you, Mo.
All right, go ahead. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carried. Next item on our agenda is item 13A, Dearborn Heights City Council renewal of the business license for Van Born Tavern and Grill.
Council Chair.
Councilman?
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council renew the business license for the Van Born Tavern and Grill located at 22426 Van Born Road as outlined in 13A.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Constant, seconded by Councilman Abdel-Hak. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on our agenda is comments from council members.
Council Chair.
All right, Councilman Tom Wenzel?
Yes, I'm gonna bring this up and then maybe talk about a couple things later, but I want, I don't know how we suspend the rules, and I want city council to vote to give, the part-time coordinator at the Eton Center, full-time position starting immediately. I think this money was approved back in
Yes.
June for the July budget. I think we should give a retroactive pay for back to July. Same contract that we had.
Okay.
The Berwyn Center.
Wait, Councilman, so let's not go into this deep dive into this. The first thing, let's start with the first thing. You're making a motion to suspend the rules, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, in the purpose in regards to the Eton Center director.
Yes.
So with that being the case, motion made by Councilman Wenzel to suspend the rules. Who can second that?
I do.
Seconded by Councilman Baydun. Any discussion on this?
Yes.
Yes.
Wait, one second. We're first voting on just suspending the
Just
rules
suspend.
only. Okay, any discussion on suspending the rules, whether you're okay or not okay with it?
Council Chair,
Hearing,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead.
go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. No discussion on it. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Now make motion in regards to the
Okay,
director.
thank you, Council Chair.
Go ahead.
You're welcome.
City Council, like I stated a few minutes ago, approved.
Well, make your motion first, then we'll go into a
approved
discussion.
Budget amendment to add enough money to pay a salary of a full-time coordinator at the Eton Center back in June. And it was never done. And a couple months went by, it was talked about again, it said it'd be done. And yeah, after the direction of city council, it was ignored. And it wasn't done again. A couple months ago, the same thing happened. We directed the HR director to give this girl a full-time position, full-time pay equal to that of the Berwyn Center coordinator. And it still wasn't done. And this is a blatant disrespect for the city council, our wishes and what we voted on. And I want to make a motion that we immediately give Josie, I don't know what her last name is.
I'm gonna object to
Josie, the
any
current-
names being
Yeah.
given.
Okay, what's no name?
Okay, the current coordinator, part-time coordinator at the Eton Center, a full-time position equal to that of the full-time coordinator at the Berwyn Center.
And keep it the same current one unless she resigns.
Okay, so, one second.
One other thing is, I want to put in there that there's no requirement to take a civil service exam.
No, you can't.
No, you
Okay.
can't.
Because we hired people in really high positions on civil service exams.
Councilman, just one second. Wait, all council members, please, one at a time. Finish your thought. Go
Okay,
ahead.
well, we hired some very high up people in the city recently that didn't take civil service exams.
They don't fall under the service.
Okay. We all set?
Yep.
Okay,
That's my
so wait,
motion.
the corporation council was next, then you're next.
Yes, I think we can't circumvent the civil service rules and regulations as well as the contract. If that's what you're proposing to do.
Well, I'm sure it's been done already.
So,
So I guess
you know,
Wait,
it's not-
Councilman, let him finish and then you could have your say.
And I think that how you're assuming people are negative towards the council's recommendation, but actually they're following the rules and regulations of the charter as well as the rules and regulations of civil service requirements and exams. And people have taken exams and waited for positions to be, and we have to follow that. We can't circumvent that. You know, you can say wave a wand, but
Council
I
Chair?
think waving a wand and you can't wipe this out or say that HR is not being respectful to the city council. That's absolutely, I knowing her personally, absolutely the opposite. But I think what you should do is set up a time to talk to HR and then find out what the requirements are, what any holdup is that you think that exists.
Yeah.
And get a proper detailed research response to the council. Instead of putting it on quickly and waiving the rules.
I don't want to speak. I don't want to speak. I just want to tell them that we've already approved this to HR at the budget meeting. So we don't need to go back and see the HR director.
Well, you haven't approved the specifics and you haven't approved the civil service rules, tests and everything else. You've not done that and you can't.
That should have been done.
Councilman Wenzel, go ahead.
You know, the civil service, this was in June, you know, that's, you know, what, 5 months ago. And, or whatever it is, 4 or 5 months ago. The HR director should have at least put into place the civil service test request, or if she had to come to us to request it, which I never heard of before, she should have done that by now, because several times we directed her to hire this person full time. and was complete, our wishes were completely ignored. I have evidence because she hasn't even started a civil service test on it yet. And that's the first step you take. What you just said. First step is the civil service test, and then you go from there. And she hasn't even done that.
I'm not speaking what she has or hasn't done, and you need to talk to her and find out before you come here and put it on a surprise motion. I don't like motions by ambush. Motions by ambush. You take your time and you research it and you go down and get us a response from her if what you're saying is true. It's hearsay as far as I'm concerned until it's verified.
Isn't Councilman Abdel-Hak is next, then Councilman. Wait, Councilman Abdel-Hak is next.
I'm
Go ahead.
going to ask my friend Pam, if you let me just say something about this. This was approved in the budget, full-time position for Josie, Yosa, coordinator for Eton Senior, senior coordinator for Eton Senior Recreation Center. She's been working as part-time. What we can do as city council, we can direct the HR director to advertise this job properly with all the qualification needed and to put it out for people to apply for it. And within 30 days, we should have result and we should have person appointed. Plus, we should put the specification requirement for this job. And I believe everybody who's worked with seniors and has degrees in how to treat seniors, those are the ones we should have them take the test and hire.
Okay.
Council Chair, I'm sorry, before Councilman goes, I just want to mention the last meeting in August, and it was on record, we did ask the administration and they did say maximum by mid-September, the position will be fulfilled. Already it's the end of October and nothing was done yet.
So I just want you to know, I know, Roger, you want this in writing. It was emailed. Mariana emailed us all and said, we will have this done in September. And this was in the beginning of August. We're going to get to it. It'll happen in September. September passed. Oh, we're still working. We're ironing out a few things. We're almost in November, guys. And let me tell you, where the frustration is happening here, Roger. And I know you're going to share this frustration. You have an unbelievable, amazing, prestigious coordinator at the Eton Center. And what it seems like is nobody wants her to be more than anything other than part-time. I mean, I think we can all agree in this room, including the mayor, can agree that she's somebody that deserves that position. And if that means that she needs to take a civil service exam, which I've had the conversation with Josie. She said, Mo, I'm ready to take it. Why are we delaying? What is the secret sauce behind delaying it?
So
hold on. I'm not done, Council Chair. I got a lot to say.
Oh, boy.
Look, all I'm saying is really what it seems like. We're truly, because this body here wants this, we're delaying it. That's what it seems like.
We can.
Okay.
We can.
I don't even need the round of applause.
Direct the administration to do it. It's in our power.
You got to go through the council chair.
So I'm gonna ask a direct question to administration because obviously we brought this forward multitude of times. And it's as simple as hiring somebody. And I honestly and truly, and I'm just thinking out loud here, don't think it's a 6-month process. So with that being the case, can we be direct and honest and say, why is this not happening?
Okay, from my understanding, there was a list. Again, I don't have the data in front of me because this has just got thrown, as Mr. Farina just said. Excuse me, point of
order, guys.
Yeah. I mean, if one of my directors would say that, and you guys will say that's disrespectful, I'm not gonna vote on your item. But yeah, we have some disrespectful individuals here. And anyway.
Council Chair, point of order on that statement. I don't think anybody here was being disrespectful.
You know, there's a process, obviously, we have to follow. Okay, we're not just here, we have contracts we're going through. I mean, you guys are aware of everything that we're doing here. HR is doing an amazing job with all the stuff that they have to go through, with all the union negotiations, all the contracts that have been neglected for years, that there was no contracts. Now we're finally getting contracts ratified, and approved, even by the council. So we have a lot of things that we're doing. So we're prioritizing certain things. So it's not fair for you guys to say that we're not doing anything. We have a lot of things that we're working on right now. We're doing more things right now. We're hiring more people now than we have done in the past.
But
Okay, we have two people, Council Chair, we have two people in HR. Okay, there's a lot of things that we're doing in that department more than what we've done before. So a lot of stuff that was neglected before, we're actually paying the price right now. We're working on it.
But with that 6-month period, I think at the very minimal, maybe HR or administration should have gone back with us and said, look, here's the holdup on the proposition that you guys made. But to have a half a year go by and this person is still not hired, honestly, I find it, and I'm just straight up saying it. I don't know if it's personal or not, but there's a reason why there's that monkey wrench that keeps getting in there. Councilman.
Okay. Thank you, Council Chair. I agree with Raja and the mayor that there is a process, but there is no need to delay this process. And it is again in our power, and I asked my friend Tom Winsel, since he brought the subject, to go ahead and put a motion to direct the HR director to put this out for bid and to put all the qualification for the job. And within 30 days, we should have somebody selected. And this woman, she is willing to take the exam and let it be as is. But the delay is not needed anymore.
But I don't know, Councilman, if you need to put it out for bid in this particular case, because
She has to publish it.
Publish it, I'm sorry. Because we have to follow the civil service.
Council Chair.
rules.
Yeah.
Yes.
Again, there's priorities. We have, we're hiring police officers, firefighters. There's a lot of, we're bringing a lot of people right now. So again, we do have priorities and, people to bring in that person's still working at Eton. But we're trying to get in more police officers and, that's a very tedious, lengthy process.
Mayor.
Also firefighters. So we'll put that on the agenda to go through this, I'll find out for you guys. I'll let you know in an email in the next few days.
Council
Let me
Chair.
find out the process, where we're at, and I'll let you know.
I just want to address you, Mayor. We are here to work with you, not against you.
Well,
Just
somebody accuses us of not doing anything and
put
doing
your
something against the
hand-
council.
put
That's
hands-
working
Council
against.
Chair, point of order. Go to the Council Chair.
Put your hand out for us and you will see a positive response. And I'm telling you this honestly. Let's start a new page. Let's start moving this city in the right direction.
Okay.
Council Chair. I'm gonna give kudos to Councilman Abdel-Hak. He has seemed to really want to extend an olive branch here today at this meeting all day. And the administration has not been up for it. And whatever that may be, we need to be able to put our differences aside and realize that we're trying to move our city forward, because that is the core value of what we're doing here today. And so that's just my opinion. Roger, please, I don't need to hear the back and forth on it. That's my number one.
I'm
Number
not saying
two,
anything.
I know it's very, very important to hire police officers. I agree. But it's also very, very important that our seniors are equipped in the Eton Center just as well. Guys, thank you. But it's not even necessary. Yeah. Everybody's important, including the police, including the seniors, including every single resident. 67,000 residents are just as important. And look, guys, this information is coming to the council every single day. I'm hearing about wanting the Eton Center coordinator to be hired full time. It's not like we're coming here to just drill, the wrench between us and the administration. Roger, it's coming to us, Roger. It's coming to us every single day. I swear, if Rose Trepepi calls me one more time, I'm gonna block her phone number. Just kidding, Rose. I'm just kidding. Because she's always yelling at me like it's not my fault. I am not the HR director. But what I want you to know is, Rose, here we're sharing your frustration, and we want you to know we're echoing your voice over to the administration. But there's only so much that we can do.
Okay, so unless there's any objection with the motion being made by the councilman from the Corporation Council as far as the wording of it, was there anything? I mean, he can make his motion again, just say subject to following city guidelines for hiring and civil service guidelines.
Council Chair, I might be mistaken, but I think we made a motion and voted on this couple months ago.
We did.
Yeah, and so, I mean, I don't think we're
Very
that's
simply, how about
30 days.
this? You could just say, we could just ask administration to email us
the update on that motion that was made 6 months ago.
Okay.
That's one way you could do it.
And I don't want this to take 30 days. I want this to take 2
We should
weeks.
direct-
I mean, 14
While,
days.
while we're here, Council Chair, I've also had conversations with some individuals that we've approved their pay raises to the CEDD department, and they also didn't receive their raise. And it's not even like it's coming, even though it is technically taxpayers' money, it's not coming from the general outlay. It's not coming from the
Ledger.
the general ledger, or the general fund. This is coming through something completely different. Why?
Federal money.
Why? Is it because the council asked for it? Come on, man.
Okay, well, what,
Okay, well, let's.
yeah, let's do one thing here.
Sorry. guys.
Well, I mean, I want to direct whoever, I mean, we've already directed the HR director to do something and nothing was, a motion was made and voted on and passed months ago. So I don't know who you direct now. I mean, we want to direct someone to give this person a civil service test or put it up for bids for 2 days. And then.
No, the bid's gotta be longer than 2 days.
Why?
Sorry, Council, because it's not fair.
A week or 2 weeks.
Well, again,
You think it's
there's
been fair
certain
so far?
protocol,
This has been nothing but unfair.
Can I
Council,
make-
there's certain protocols that are already in place. So that's why I said, make your motion to follow through on our motion we had already previously made, subject to the city following guidelines of civil service and the hiring process that's already in place with the city.
Make a
That's the
motion,
best way.
give us an update from administration on the motion that was happening.
Why do we need to make a
within-
motion?
Within 2 days.
Why do we need to make a motion to get
So,
information?
so we can hear something.
Madam Clerk, you had something you want to say?
This is crazy.
Yeah.
Sorry. I thought we had a partial motion on the table.
Yes.
Well, we got that one. I got
Yes,
that one
suspended
done.
rules was passed.
But then.
Can Tom-
That's why I'm trying to, that's why I'm trying to clarify it.
Can he
So
allow me
I
to
got
make the
I
motion?
got a motion, but I don't know if it
Okay,
was second.
so I second
let
that.
us- okay,
So
you just
Councilman
seconded.
Wenzel, Councilman Abdel-Hak would like to make the motion himself.
Do you
Okay with
allow
that?
me to make the motion,
Well,
Council?
I'm not waiting 30 days.
No,
I'm just, I mean,
Okay, so let's go ahead.
what's your motion? I'll let you, and then what?
So do you
give me.
retract your motion?
No, I'll say
Councilman?
what his motion is gonna be. I
Okay.
retract mine.
the city council direct the human
Wait, no, I'm sorry, Director, please, nothing from the audience. Point of order,
Yeah, well, council, yeah.
point of order, please. Okay, go ahead.
The city council direct the human resource director to publicize the job for senior coordinator for Eton Senior Recreation Center within the next 2 weeks and to have somebody appointed within the next 30 days following the civil service
Hired.
hire.
Okay, are you okay
Thank
with
you.
that motion?
Yeah, I'm okay with that motion, but one thing I want to bring up is,
Wait, hold on,
Okay.
Councilman. Just so you retract your first
I'll
motion.
retract my motion,
All right.
I'll go along with
Then,
the
wait,
Councilman Abdul.
hold on one second, let's follow the right protocols.
Are we going to amend his motion then?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
So, because if we don't follow the right protocols, we throw the clerk's office completely off track.
Yeah.
So with that being the case, before we go into a discussion on the councilman's motion, you go ahead and reiterate the same motion you just
Yes,
made.
I will
Which will make
reiterate
it your
his
motion.
motion, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so now let's go ahead and all in favor, no, I'm sorry.
Is
Is
there a
there a second?
Support.
Okay, second by Councilman Baidoon.
So we're gonna.
Now go into a discussion. Councilman Wenzel, go ahead.
Just so everyone knows, I had a discussion with a very knowledgeable man. And our budget for our senior centers is like $200,000, something like that. But of that 200,000, like 150,000 is paid for by CDBG.
Right.
I mean, we don't, it's not coming, this is all not coming out of our budget. It's, so I mean, this is like a no-brainer,
I had that discussion yesterday.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on this?
Please, this is very important.
Okay, then it's gotta
Since
be
there's
short.
money, very
It's gotta be
quickly,
short.
there's money, federal money involved. You have to follow the civil service.
But we said.
Otherwise, yes, otherwise, that particular position will not be able to get money
Reimbursed.
of the $160,000 provided. So thank you for making the motion.
That's why we said
follow-
subject to
Yeah,
follow
that-
state
that's
service. Correct.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Thank
Any
you,
other
Mr.
discussion on this? All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried.
Thank you.
Any quick comments from council members?
Council Chair.
Councilman, I'm gonna go first.
It's not gonna be. Council Chair, I'd like to express my deep concern regarding a recent incident where a national media outlet labeled our local high school peaceful protesters as a pro-terrorist. This label is both inaccurate and unjust, and it does a disservice to the young individuals who have been exercising their right to peaceful protest and raising their voices on important issues. It is essential that media outlets report on events and issues with accuracy and fairness. Labeling peaceful protesters in such a manner can be damaging not only to their reputation, but also to the trust and credibility of the media itself. The students in our local high school have been actively engaging in civic participation, which is something to be commended, not condemned. Their desire to speak out and advocate for their beliefs demonstrate their commitment to making a difference in our community. To the responsible media outlet, I kindly request that you consider the language and terminology used in reporting, ensuring that it accurately reflects the nature of these protests. Fostering a more constructive and respectful dialogue will better serve the community and the principles of journalism. I also encourage you to engage with these young activists, interview them, and give them the opportunity to share their perspectives. This will not only provide a more balanced view of the situation, but also empower these students to express their concerns in a responsible and informed manner. I believe that as responsible members of the media should share a common interest in maintaining the integrity of the profession, and I hope you will consider the impact of your words and take steps to correct any inaccuracies in your reporting. Council Chair, I would like also to request a formal letter from this council body drafted by our Corp Council sent to the media outlet in question showing our frustration with their recent report and asking for a public retraction.
Okay, before we go any further, just 1 second. Okay, we gotta go back. We suspended the rules. So we gotta reinstate the rules.
Council Chair.
So, but
I move to unsuspend the rules.
no, reinstate.
To
Reinstate the rules. Reinstate.
Seconded by
I
Councilman
support.
Bide. Okay. In regards to the,
Take a vote.
You don't have to do
No,
that.
you don't You don't have to close it.
okay,
You're not in a closed session.
that's fine. Okay, first of all, I thank you. Want to say something?
Yes.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Do we have students from the schools around here?
Right
Please,
over there.
I ask your
Well,
permission.
Maybe
Please,
they don't want,
if
maybe.
they can just
wait.
step up.
No, Councilman, maybe they
I
don't.
just, no, they are here for this reason.
If you prefer to, that's fine.
Yeah, absolutely. These are on the hook for grant.
I didn't want to put you guys on the spine because you didn't want to.
Council
Okay.
Chair, as
They've been
a
waiting for-
housekeeping matter, are there, I don't know, no disrespect to the young ladies.
Their parents are there.
Their parents are here, so.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're under, they're under.
That's right in there.
Okay, if they could be with them, so we could put on the record that parents are here
I mean, it's.
and they have parental permission.
Sean, can you get up and stand with them?
Thank you.
Okay,
I
give them permission to speak.
okay.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council Chair,
Yes, Councilman.
okay. I did contact Dr. Msallam and I did ask for some of our students who stood in demonstration in front of their school for peace. And it was a walkout. I want to salute you and I want to thank you for being brave enough to stand for those people who are dying in the Middle East from all sides, especially the children, especially the innocent people. And I want to salute you for having the heart to say what you wanted to say and to extend your condolences to the ones who died. And this outlet who called you pro-terrorism, they should know that you are the free, you are the brave of this country. You are the future and you are Americans like anybody else, and you deserve to say what you want under the Constitution of the United States. Keep doing what you're doing. You have our support and God bless you every minute of your life.
Absolutely. And although this is a little bit off track where it's not the public comments, but I can't turn down the young lady. So I'm going to give you an opportunity to go ahead and say what you'd like to say.
Thank you.
No, they have
Unlimited.
all the time they want.
They have unlimited.
Assalamu alaikum and hello, everybody. I wanted to thank you all for having me here today. I'm honored to stand before you and speak on behalf of Crestwood High School. Going about planning this walkout was not as easy as I thought it was going to be. But I knew that as a human, I had to do something to stand in solidarity with the innocent children of Palestine. As president and founder of the Amity Club at Crestwood, I worked together with many students, including Islam Nasser, who stands here with me today. Our protest was not without challenges, and we encountered some criticism, but that only strengthened our resolve. What we accomplished was a testament to the collective power of young people when they come together for a cause that they believe in. While the Israeli-Palestinian conflict continues to be complex, our walkout was a small yet significant step toward highlighting the suffering of innocent children and challenging the media's portrayal of the situation. On behalf of the Crestwood students, we thank you all for your overwhelming support.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Islam. I don't.
Peace be upon you.
Sorry, let him go.
Yeah, that's okay. I was here last March as well, standing before you all. This wasn't written down, but I just remember it right now. Last March I was here, and it was to thank everyone for the donations that we received to take delegations to Harvard. And I remember promising you all that we not only was going to represent in Harvard, we were going to represent here at home. And that's what we did the other day. When we walked out, I just wanted to say that we are offended of what they said about us, just as you are for your own children, for your own students. But me and Hala are here to say that more than we are offended, we stand high with our heads high, and we're proud. You know, it makes us just as stronger. We promise you guys from all our hearts, because we were raised by people like you. And we'll walk out and we'll do it again and again, whether it's for Palestine, for any other Muslim country. Those are innocent lives. You know, we're standing for what's right. And anyone that thinks that's terrorism, that's a terrorist themselves.
I just want to tell you, young girls, first of all, I'm very proud of you guys. And I'm very impressed with you guys. And I know a lot of you guys volunteer throughout the community. I know firsthand 24/7. I've seen you guys cleaning and mopping and doing everything to serve your community. But I want to really commend you guys. And first of all, shame on Fox News, and I'll take the consequences. Shame on Fox News for being as un-American as they can get when they take freedom of speech by young girls and young men that go out and say how they feel about something and know they're not terrorists. These are as American as they get. People trying to protect the lives that are being killed in Israel right now. A lot of innocent people are dying, and these young men and women went out there and protested. And shame on Fox News. My name is Dave Abdallah, and I'll stand behind it. That's as un-American as you can get when you know that people have a right to go out and protest, and instead of commending them, you go out there and try to shame them. Shame on you, Fox News, Dave Abdallah's favorite.
That was awesome. And I just want you to know, like you said, these individuals I know their parents are remarkable, and the apple didn't fall too far from the tree, because what you're doing today is you're setting a pathway for my son Ali, my future daughter Medina. And I want you guys to know what Fox News did to you. They think they may have labeled us, but all that really did was encourage us to remind us that, hey, our civic duty was heard. It obviously resonated with the community. It resonated with, Fox. And I'm going to say, just like Dave Abdallah, I know we're not supposed to say Fox News because we were refrained from saying it. Well, guess what? Shame on Fox News. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you, ladies. Ron DeSantis, presidential candidate Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida, who used it in an ad, say that we were promoting, or they were terrorists.
Yeah, and anybody that says that doesn't have my vote, I'll tell you that much.
Council Chair, before we move on regarding my request for a formal letter signed by all council members to be sent, do I need a motion for that, or we can just go ahead and?
Well,
request
we
it?
could just direct as long as all council members agree, then.
Are we all in agreement?
Council, go ahead.
Council Chair,
Yes.
so I did talk to Dr. Masalam, and they're actually doing, the school board is doing a letter. So we're actually.
We would like one from Dearborn Heights as
So
well.
we are actually,
Okay.
one of the things, just to let the council know, Mr. Vanderplow did make contact with Fox. I mean, we didn't want to mention Fox, but since you guys mentioned that, we did call him, the day of. And, you know, I don't know if Mr. Vanderplow, you want to say like what the conversation was with a news outlet?
As soon as we found that it was aired.
I'm sorry, if you don't mind, please.
Oh, Vanderplow Police Department. As soon as we were notified it was aired, we have certain contacts over in the media, both on the local and national side from various projects I've been involved with, and we talked to the assignment editor immediately. And for what it's worth, and I'm not going to condone anything they did, but I'm telling you, we talked to them within minutes of that being aired, to the assignment editor to get it taken down. As far as the retraction, sir, you know, you sign your letter, please, as you deem fit, but for what it's worth, we were disgusted by it too, and we made our contacts and made our feelings known as immediately as we could.
Okay, thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments from council members?
Council Chair.
You said Councilman Ahmed, you're all set. Councilman Bidun?
Thank you, Council Chair. And you know, I don't have a long list here, but just a couple of things here. My wife we're expecting any day. I was hoping maybe I wasn't gonna have to come to this long meeting because, well, actually, I was glad to be able to come to the long meeting. Sitting at the ER or sitting at the hospital isn't always the best, but I know I've had some residents kind of reaching out to me like, hey, anything yet? So to the residents who have called, Michael Owens happens to be one of them, nothing yet. But you know, very soon, could be tonight, could be tomorrow. You know, so we're really excited to be adding in a new addition to
November
the
7th?
No, that's the election. That's the election, which we can't talk because technically I'm a candidate, Council Chair. Secondly, here, I know I spoke a little bit about what happened to the Crestwood School District, and you know, it's so disheartening. I'm a graduate from Crestwood High School, and to see the way the children stood up, and I was so happy when I first seen it on the City of Dearborn page. I was so excited because I remember one time fighting for something at Crestwood, and I think I got it like Fox News came in, they interviewed me. I think my dad saved it. It's still there. But to see you guys made headline news on Fox, you know, you know, what he said was utterly disgusting. But I want you to know that because you guys made a stance, because you used your civic duty, and because you went out there and you protested your right, it caught attention and you did your guys' job. So good job to you guys on that one.
Right.
Also, I've been kind of feeling some of our meetings have become extremely hostile. And, you know, I want you to know that's not who I am. If I come off that way or if the meetings are becoming that way, that's not who I am, guys. I'm somebody that likes to smile. I like to show love. I'm very compassionate, very charismatic, and very hyper.
No way.
You know, but I want you to know that I'm also very passionate, and you know, seeing that sometimes my emotions may get the best of me, and I live by something that a moment of patience during a moment of anger will save 1,000 moments of regret. And you know, there are many times where I regret the things that I've emotionally released or discharged by stating, and I'm sorry that if I offended anybody. I'm sorry that if I come off the wrong way towards the administration or any of my colleagues for that matter, please forgive me. I want you guys to truly know that, especially Roger, I feel like him and I, and it's a love relationship, believe it or not. We love each other. I just kind of, want certain things traditional. So, you know, please see that. And I ask for everybody's forgiveness if I do come off a certain way. And then just lastly,
buy us ice cream.
No, we're not gonna, that's illegal. No. After the elections, maybe. But I wanna just talk to my good friend, Dave Abdallah. You know, these are gonna be one of the very few meetings that you're gonna be left with us here because you chose not to rerun, and really, there's gonna be a huge gap in the city. You know, and I know this isn't probably the time to do it, but I want you to know, because I haven't said it in a while, truly one of my biggest mentors, and for the last 3 years, Dave Abdallah has, anytime I have a question, takes my call. Last night, I sat on the call with him for over an hour. I mean, you know, you have to go through the cycle about how he likes his coffee and his cigar and his granddaughter's at the house, and you hear him talking to the granddaughter. But really, as somebody who I look up to, maybe like a brother or even a father, because you know, I'm almost your daughter's age. And you're just that old. I want you to know, man, I love you, and really, we're gonna miss you, man. And I think from now until then, we're gonna continue to remember how much we appreciate you, because this is gonna be tough not seeing somebody who's a true leader, a decorated leader to Dearborn Heights, and really, guys, this is a huge loss to Dearborn Heights. I want you guys to know that. Dave Abdallah leaving is a huge loss. The most level-headed man in the city, in my personal opinion.
It's my honor serving the residents, for sure.
Well, you still got time, so it's not your speech, your farewell speech isn't there. I just want you to know, I appreciate you.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you, guys.
Any other council members with comments?
Announcements.
Councilwoman, go ahead. Well, no, let's wait.
Okay.
Any other comments?
Council Chair?
Yes.
I have announcements. First thing was just tidying up business there with that's my most important thing, was getting this coordinator situation settled. Two quick things. Next Tuesday is Halloween. And that's a time where, you know, we really gotta watch out for kids at night. You parents out there, see if you can get your child to wear something on their costume that's reflective tape or some kind of reflective piece of clothing, and have a good time. And one thing I wanted to promote is the Home Depot, all their stores around this area, on the first Saturday of every month, they have the Home Depot free kids workshop. Starts at 9 a.m. and you go in there and they have like 3 or 4 projects, they're little packets. You get the nail stuff together, glue it, screw it, and then you go to the painting table, you paint it. It's a great family activity. We do it every month, and they give you an apron, and you keep the apron with your name on it, and they give you a pin for every project you make. And some kids come in, my kids have like a chest full of pins, but you get to keep it. It's a cool thing. The kids love it. It's a great family event. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Yeah, and thank you, Councilman Wenzel, for reminding everyone about Halloween, and anytime when people drive through our streets, to be very careful and keep a lookout for children. Thank you, Councilman Ahmad, for bringing up the situation with the demonstration by our high school students being called terrorists. It's not something that should make national news for the city of Dearborn Heights, and was definitely a misrepresentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other council members?
Council Chair.
Go ahead.
I just want, without mentioning name, we received the letter from a police officer, and my friendly advice, without mentioning any names. Let's sit down and talk about things inside the city, because we can reach lots of good things if we do. But if we don't trust each other and we attack each other, this city is not going to benefit from. So we extend as city council our hand to the police department. If you have anything you want to discuss, we are happy to sit with you, listen to you, and I hope you take this to heart. The second thing, I want to thank Jason for coming, because I would like to hear from you what you're doing at the golf course and what you're going to offer our kids and our students for free. And when the time comes, I appreciate it if you tell the residents that. Thank you.
Announcements from administration.
Yes.
Councilwoman?
All right. Tomorrow night, I think it's Wednesday, the 25th, we will have an Ecorse Creek meeting, 6 p.m. and David Knizik will be there to address some of the issues with the Ecorse Creek. And that is at 3335 South Beach Daily, 6 p.m. Also on Thursday, the last meeting this year for the South Dearborn Heights Civic Association, that's the 26th, same location, 7 p.m. We will have, I don't know if Mo's contacted anybody from Crestwood, but we will have Westwood Community and District 7. We're going to have superintendents, principals, students, parents, and we will discuss what's happening in the school districts. So that might be an interesting one to come to. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any other administration announcements? All right, let's go ahead, step on up.
Good evening, Lynn Senia, City Clerk. Just a quick update. 2 weeks from today, we have a city general election. Polls open at 7 a.m. and close at 8. We will be open on that Saturday from 8 to 4, November 4th. Anyone that wants to come in and get an absentee ballot. I do want to let you know that we have issued 4,854 absentee ballots so far. I want to encourage everyone that has theirs at home to fill them out and return them as soon as you can. We only have a 45% return on those ballots right now. So this weekend, pull them out, fill them out, and we have drop boxes located at the JFK Library. We have one at the Justice Center. We have 2 here, one connected to the building right to our office and one at the end of the aisle. And that's it for the election. But I want to, don't you show those seconds at me? I'm just kidding. I want to agree 1000% with Council Chair Pro Tem said about our Council Chair. I know what a difficult decision it was for you. You will be missed, but you're not going far. It's been an honor to work with you.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
We're gonna throw a group party for him. He's just gonna pay for it.
I already have
Okay, after the meeting.
Thank you, Council Chair. Just want to make the announcement that we're having an expungement fair at the Richard A. Young Center, November 11th, 11 to 4. As you know, there were big changes to the expungement laws, which took place in 2021 under the Clean Slate Act. Expungements allow people to set aside criminal records so it doesn't become accessible to employers, and really helps our citizens clean up a lot of issues and move forward. I think just quickly, the new Michigan laws on expungements expand the number of convictions that can be expunged to 3 felonies and unlimited misdemeanors. It reduces the waiting time required to expunge a conviction in certain circumstances. Certain traffic offenses can now be expunged. First time operating while intoxicated offenses are now eligible for expungement. Misdemeanor marijuana convictions can now be expunged for past conduct that is now legal with no statutory waiting period. One bad night provision combines separate but related offenses into one offense for the purpose of counting convictions. And those are some of the announcements, and thank you. And this is our brochure.
Corporation Council. Yeah, can you put that on the website? But I just want to commend you for something. I know I've been to one of those before, the one in Inkster, just to support residents there. And I know it's a lot of work putting that together. So I just want to tell you, thank you for doing this for the residents.
And we're working with the Attorney General's office.
Council Chair, I'm sorry, Corp Counsel, before you leave, what's the process like when somebody shows up? I mean, over there.
We do the fingerprints to start the process, and it takes it'll take about 2 months for your criminal history report to be processed, and another 3 months for after criminal history record is looked at by the Attorney General's office and by us, then to start the process of cleaning everything up.
And there'll be a lot of attorneys there working, volunteering.
So that's what I'm asking. What's the process on Saturday? Like somebody shows up, they have to fill an application?
Yes, they fill out the application.
Is there any fee for the application?
There's no fees for the application. They'll be filling out the fingerprint forms. The fingerprints will be done and processed at that time. And the lawyers will be assisting people fill out the applications.
One of the hardest things is you have to go to the different jurisdictions, get a certified copy of your conviction. So if you go to a clinic like this, they can help you.
Right. And we have the tools and to do the fingerprints and the cards, everything ready. And we have our volunteers ready.
Yeah. God bless you, Roger. Thank you.
Help people get employed.
Next up, our radio host.
Well, hello, everybody. Hello, Council, Chair, and Mayor. This Saturday, October 28th, from 6 to 8 p.m. at Carolyn Kennedy Library will be this year's Trunk or Treat and Spooky Mini Golf. We'll have a 3-hole golf course for toddlers and a 9-hole golf course for families with older kids. We're still looking for trunks, so if you're interested, please call 313-791-3804. Donations will be accepted for Goodfellows, an organization that helps spread joy over the holiday season to families in need. So come on out and help make your community a little better and pick up some candy crafts and play some golf. That's all for now. Thanks for your time and see you at the library.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just an announcement for the resident who applied for FEMA, purchasing their homes for demolition. Tomorrow, I'm expecting the mayor, after the council approved the contract with them, to sign the agreement and send it to Michigan State Police. So we will start sending those applicants, they being approved, their property being approved, designated by FEMA and MSP as approved. They will be receiving notifications from us, and we'll start offering them the amount that FEMA will be approving for them. This is one. Number two, the mayor know about the increase for the CEDD staff. It is in the budget. So responding to Councilman Bide and Councilwoman Breyer, he is aware of them, and it's on his desk. And don't worry, it is retroactive from July 1st. If it is approved by him, you authorized him to sign and approve and give it to the controller office, but it is his prerogative to sign, approve or not. Then this is outside our hand.
But the only thing I disagree with, though, if somebody's not gonna sign something, whether it's me, the mayor, or anybody else for that matter, then they should either sign it and approve it, or say what they're waiting on, or say I'm denying it, but don't drag it.
I have no comment for that.
I know, but I will always have a comment. Thank you. Okay, anybody else from administration? Okay, seeing none. Anybody on Zoom that's in administration?
What about Mike McCarthy?
He did the radio show. He did it already.
What did I miss, by the way? When's the trunk or treat? Because I'm not missing it this time.
Saturday the 28th,
What time?
6 to 8.
Darn it.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Next up is public comments. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name, city, and street. The gentleman I know contacted me early and asked me for an extra minute, so you will have an extra minute. Go ahead.
Hold on
One second. Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Hassan Ayun. Just to let everybody know, Fox Thru called me that day. I emailed them and they asked me what happened at Crestwood. I emailed them the video. When I emailed them the video, they wanted to sit there and make an interview with me. I was on vacation at the time. I said, I can't interview, there's a video, and I released the video. But I did not know that they're gonna sit here and say that they're pro-terrorism. We're not pro-terrorism. Innocent children were killed in a hospital. These kids came and protested at Fortson, and nobody said nothing. But when I sent the Crestwood thing as an activist, and they know that I was with the Jews, I was with the Christians, I was standing up every time, and nobody is gonna sit there and come talk about my people. I'm not gonna let anybody talk about my people. I never discriminated against the Jews. I never discriminated against the Christians. When the book issue happened, I was the one that shut the school board down. I was the one that made national news. Every time they want something, they call me. Because I am the person they want to talk to. They don't want to talk to nobody. But at this time, I will boycott Fox because I reached out to them. I emailed them. I said, how, when I send you something, you want to sit there, publicize it as what's it called? Terrorism? These are children. I'm not understanding why people think that we're terrorists. We're not terrorists. Innocent children are getting killed. And one more thing. Why wasn't the police present during the protest? How many police officers were there? And then it comes today, they want to sit there and put somebody at Crestwood. They should have been putting somebody at Crestwood 24/7. the places of worship. It doesn't matter what kind of worship it is in Dearborn Heights, because now we are a target. If they target kids, they're gonna target us. And my name is Hassan Ayoun, and I don't care who says anything. I'm not scared of nobody. I sat there with the news. I sat there and talked in front of them. I'm with the GOP, and I went after the GOP. I told them, you guys now call us terrorists. The Democrats call us terrorists. We're not terrorists. We are not. And I'm not going to agree with anybody calling me a terrorist. You want to call me a terrorist? I was born in this country. I haven't been to Lebanon in 20 years. I don't even know what Lebanon is. Some students haven't been there. How you gonna leave them as terrorists? Come on. I work with the children. I work with all kinds of people. People don't understand that. I'm so sick and tired of the news publicizing us as terrorists. What is it? 500 innocent children get killed, and they say that the Palestinians killed them? How is Palestine people killing their own people? Does that make any sense? No, it doesn't. And I'm tired of people telling us that, and I'm not going to tolerate it no more. I am so sick of everybody saying they're telling the children pro-terrorists. What is this, bro? This should be ashamed of themselves. And if the news can hear me right now, you want to call me for a news meeting, I will come and I will make sure to tell you exactly what's been going on. This has been going on for years and years and years. They want to take land from us. That's what they want. They want us to sit there and shut our mouth. And I'm not going to shut my mouth no more.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Hassan.
Next up, city street name, please.
Hassan Alawiya, 6532, in Plainfield, Dearborn Heights, Michigan. I didn't want to take away from, the students. I'm one of the fathers. But with that said, I wanted to thank you all. I know many of you have come out already on social media. I saw most of you have posted on social media, advocating for our kids, the mayor, most of your city councils, including the police. I saw them also make a statement, and I appreciate it and all the work that they're doing. Our kids, they did this, and they were you all were very supportive. The school was very supportive, and I want to thank you for that. In fact, coming here and speaking about it was difficult for them. It was a decision that they were weighing heavily. So you showing the leadership that you are showing them and the support that you're giving them, I want to let you know that it was very important to them to see that, and I thank you for that. Some people didn't even come out because they were scared that college applications at this time, they were worried that some of the administration at the college were going to look at it and see it and potentially take that into consideration. So any letters that you guys write, from the mayor's office, from the city council's office, from the school board, we'd really, really appreciate that to show your support, continued support for them. So I just want to let you know. Thank you.
Mayor, so for the letters, I do have a bunch of students that reached out to me. So I'm writing letters. Actually, I just finished 2 of them right now as we speak. Their colleges actually sent me a link to go into, and I did 2 just from this meeting. So if any student that they need a letter recommendation, please have them reach out to my office.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mayor. Appreciate
Council Chair, I just want to kind of echo a few things that the gentleman speaking, and I just want you guys to know this gentleman is involved in our community. His daughter is involved in this community. His wife is involved in this community. His brother's involved in this community. His family was all involved in this community. And I just want, to recognize him and really thank him, and really sitting through a meeting and it's 10 o'clock while your high school students are still sitting here because they wanted to make sure that their voices were heard, and appreciate the elected body up here today. So thank you for that.
Yeah, we're lifers. We've been here for Dearborn Heights ever since we were born, and we continue to live in this.
His wife's a teacher too.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you guys. Thank you.
Mr. Alawi, I just want you to know, with your daughter and the rest of the students, that lots of universities are with you.
Thank you.
Hundreds of thousands of students standing with you across this nation, and millions standing with you across the world. So keep it up.
Right. Thank you. Next up.
Rose Trepepi, 2 Lane Street. Young ladies, keep your head
what you did. You get my ADJOURNMENT fund too. The Eton Senior Recreation Center, we want to thank Jamal and Mr. Bazzi for all that they've done for us, plus you guys. We can't thank you enough. Just a little bit more to do. And Mo, I don't yell at you. David broke my heart and I followed him to Metro Airport. Let him tell you about yelling.
Yeah. It was easier to deal with TSA than you. Hey, I tell you, it really, Rose is amazing. She, and she wants to call and yell at you with being passionate is what I mean. She's very passionate when she speaks. I was walking through the airport and I just hear somebody say, David? And I'm like, what's wrong? Who the heck just yelled out at me? It was her. Oh.
Hi, Sue Kaminsky, Amboy Street, Dearborn Heights. First off, to our kids, amazing job. And know that this entire community stands behind you. Nobody wants to see anyone killed, an innocent person. And so thank you. Secondly, I have tried to stay respectful. I really have tried. I am so tired of administration and the way they talk to make it the outcome in their advantage. I just don't even know what to say. And for this council body, who I have the utmost respect for, remember your position. You guys asked for the 33 homes, I think in May, might have been June. You still haven't gotten it. You asked that that person be hired as a full-time position. You voted on it. You guys run the city. The mayor does what you tell him to do. Wake up, make him accountable. Take a list and make a spreadsheet of all the things they tell you they're going to do and keep track of it. Because this is ridiculous. This is our city. And he can't do what he wants without ramifications. Some jobs are posted, some jobs aren't posted, and some rules are followed with city charter, some aren't. I am sick to death. I love this city. I work hard at staying in this city, and I have always been respectful, whether I agree or disagree. And I've been respectful to the mayor. I still am respectful to the mayor. My grandson wanted a picture with him. We got a picture because he thought it was cool that I knew a mayor. You guys need to hold them accountable and follow through on what administration is supposed to get back to you, because it's not right.
Thank you. Thank you, Sue. Next up. Hold on.
$36 million.
Thank you.
Point of order, Mayor. That's enough.
No, Council Chair.
Point of order.
No, Council Chair.
Wait, I don't know what happened. I'm trying to pay attention. Now there's one in the background.
No, it's ridiculous when you have somebody coming in and trying to trash everything that we're doing. Just when I started questioning where the $36 million.
Point of order. Okay,
Council Chair.
Point of order.
But one second.
No, he's discussing something that happened in a closed session and it happened at a school that has nothing to do with the city.
The residents still don't know. And the minute I question it, she's coming after me. That's all it is.
Okay.
Just letting it be known.
God, you don't fix things by throwing salt on wounds. It doesn't happen that way.
Hi, Sue Suchida from the Dearborn Heights Times Herald. I had a discussion with my editor today, Scott Bewick, and neither of us are receiving press releases from the city or from the police department. We checked our email. I keep track of the news that pops up in my feed because I want to see what other outlets are reporting. And I was shocked that so many Dearborn Heights stories were hitting that I had never received press releases on. I talked to Mariana Hernandez right before the meeting, and I said, I'm not getting press releases. And she said, talk to the mayor. I talked to Bob Ancraft, communications person, before the meeting, and he said, talk to the mayor. I talked to Swope, I talked to Vanderplow. And I believe you directed me to talk to the administration as well. Okay, but you didn't have an answer for me? Yeah, I gave you my email. Okay, okay, great. Roger told me he would look into it. I tried to talk to the mayor and he ignored me. I want to know why all of a sudden the Times Herald is not receiving press releases from the city. I've talked to a lawyer and they said that's an illegal act. And I'm sure that anyone who works for the city of Dearborn would not want to do something illegal. And I know that transparency is a priority with the mayor. So, Mr. Mayor, will you make sure that both Scott Bewick and I
Please direct
press
everything to the
releases.
corporate, to our council chair, please,
Yes,
not to the
keep it
mayor.
to the chair.
Direct everything to the council chair.
Council Chair,
Please.
will you please make sure that this illegal action is just.
Point of order, council chair.
Okay.
Come on.
Hold on. You're just saying avoid the word illegal.
Yeah, because-
Well, I've been told by a lawyer that it's illegal.
I know, but that's an opinion at this point. At this point, just say what your ask is. Let's stick with
I
what you're
want
asking.
press releases from the city sent to me and to my editor. I'm the only writer that the paper has, so I would be the person that would be
And you
assigned.
deserve every right of that.
What's that?
And you deserve that right.
And I appreciate it. I would like that respect. I would like that transparency. And I would like it as is my due. I'm the only reporter here covering the city of Dearborn Heights week after week.
Okay.
And you guys
Is
are doing a
there,
great
is
job.
there a reason as to why she's not, or the?
Mr. Chair, I apologize. I'm not aware of that, but I will look into it. And her and I talked before the meeting started.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, is there any reason why? You what? I'm sorry?
He's gonna look into it.
We will verify.
Thank you. Next up?
Can I just ask?
It's been noted.
Go ahead.
Councilman, we gotta, it's 10 o'clock.
You can ask her.
I'm just asking.
Yeah.
I'm slow.
Take your time. We're excited for
Can
you.
I get an extra minute because I want to make,
It's.
We're gonna give it,
Please.
we're gonna give it.
I haven't been.
All right, go ahead.
Okay,
He talks slow.
my name's Ed Frolick. I live on Robindale Street. I've been a Dearborn Heights resident for 51 years, okay? And well, my reason here is I went to the ordinance department and I told them about a tree on right on 25-135 that the branches need to be cut. It's been almost a year. It hasn't been cut. You can't, I almost got hit by a car because of lucky I shot into the middle lane, okay? Then branches need to be cut on the tree so you could see, okay? And then I also brought up about the lights and everything else. And you got a light, things are shown at the bottom, the wires and everything else, the concrete's broke. And that's right by Marathon gas station off a gully. There's another light on Beach Daily that's ready to fall. And I'm not mentioning who. I asked, can something be done on it? They turned around and told me that it's the city, the DTE has to take care of that. Well, I found out from other cities that it's our city that used to take care of them lights. Okay, and then they look like hell. Okay, and the heck would send money for golf course. Okay, start taking care of the stuff for the people. Well, a girl got killed because the lines weren't big. I take my hat off. I feel sorry for the lady, and I'm the same way. I worry about the residents. Okay, and as far as the what do you call it, the Palestinian people, I'm going to tell you something right now. I have an Afro-American daughter-in-law. I got a Cherokee Indian Arab son-in-law, and I learned one thing. There's how God made the 10 commandments. Well, I got 3 commandments, and this is what everybody should follow. Kindness, thank God, and learn to forgive. Amen. That's all I got to say.
You didn't use your extra minute though.
But I hope you take care of the lights and everything else. It looks like you got concrete broken and everything else. Take care of the people that are complaining, okay?
You got it, sir.
Well, sir, if you could do me a favor, or actually, George, so we don't make him walk, if you don't mind, please.
Oh.
Can you take his name and number and have somebody from
I
ordinance
got
call
one more
him?
comment. The corporate counsel, he is supposed to represent you. Everything he's got to address to you and that. If he don't address it to you, like when it was out, I'm not mentioning who before, I brought it up before. You need to take whatever steps you got to do.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
So George will take your name and number and she'll have somebody from ordinance contact you. Come on up.
Right there.
We'll have somebody from the city contact you, sir.
I'm sorry. Margaret King, Mayfair Street, Dearborn Heights.
I'll give you an extra 2 seconds.
Thanks. Joey's memorial and the balloon release and the candlelight visual was on the 14th. It was very beautiful to see the community come out and support them and just support us. While we were there, it was around 10 o'clock, I believe, when it ended. The lights are dark. I've preached this. I'm preaching to the choir. I would just like to know if that was on the list to get fixed, and also too, if the post signs if the fines will double in the school zones if they were part of our plan as well. I want to hear some more information about what these plans are and how this process works, so I can be in the know. And everybody else, that school safety is a big deal to us. So that's it for now, and I appreciate it. And I would just like to be informed and updated. I greatly appreciate how DPW Director Conrad had information for me at every meeting, and that's what I would expect from this. So thank you.
Thank you.
Council Chair. Chair. Ms. King, you do a great job. You and your friends do a great job to memorize or memorialize Joey Smith. And it's only been 1 year and it's still like it just happened.
Oh, yeah.
And they did a great job. And, that night we had 2 prototype signs, a stop sign, a child crossing LED, solar power stop signs. And if you go on Rachel LaPointe's Facebook page, she's got a list of all of the elected officials, local, state, and federal, that we need you to get a hold of and encourage them to look for grants for us to put these kind of illuminated signs on all of our intersections, especially around the schools. And it was very dark at the end. We stood there at the end, and there were just a few of us there, and you look down the street and it was like pitch black down them streets. And even though you had a street light at the corner, one in the middle, I mean, maybe the new lights aren't that bright. They just shine down, I think. They just light up that intersection. But they are mostly all brand new lights. And it's a shame we couldn't have gotten some huge kind of bright lights there. I was really amazed. She said, hey, look down there. And you couldn't see someone standing 100 yards down. It was completely black.
And I just wanted to give a shout out to the Crestwood girls that were here tonight as well. I greatly appreciate it. I work for Etzel Ford. They did a walkout as well. You guys are amazing. And please don't let anybody silence you.
Right. Good job. Thank you, Margaret.
Council Chair, one other thing I want to thank Director Swope for having some officers there. He attended himself. We had several officers there the night for Joey's memorial. And that night when we were concluding, a driver came by in a car, yelled out some obscenities to all the people gathered in the street to memorialize Joey, and peeled out and went down to the next intersection and did a burnout, and the police chased him down. Didn't shoot a dart at him, but they caught him anyway. But they called him, and I'm sure they did the proper thing, whatever happened. I'm not sure what happened, but thanks for coming out, Director. Appreciate it.
Council Chair, I got a quick question. And maybe somebody from the administration can answer or maybe follow up with us. Are we doing anything about getting, the lighting in that area? I mean, clearly I just feel like we're beating a dead horse here. I'm just curious if we have any information on that. Your mic.
Mr. Deeb is looking at the whole issues that we have with the school. As you guys saw that they had actually request for a bid, couple meetings back. So I'll follow up, see what's the status on it.
Is that for the lighting as well?
Council Chair.
All right, thank you.
Council Chair.
Okay. Sounds good.
Hassan, just excuse me for a second. I think the ARPA money qualify to do all these things for around our schools. The ARPA money qualify to be spent on safety for our children around our schools. And we do have money. And I hope that the administration, the police, and the city council will do as soon as possible some study to start doing the lighting, the striping, all these things, because the life of our children is very precious and the money is available. I don't see any reason why not do it as soon as we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on 1 second. 2 minutes.
Hassan Saab, John Daly, Dearborn Heights. First off, I want to thank the girls from Dearborn Heights. We commend you guys, stand behind you guys, and don't let nobody slow you down. You have the right to assemble and the right to protest. Keep it up, no matter what they say about you. All news is always good news. You're welcome. I have a question to the police department. Where's the chief? Where's the chief?
Okay, talk through the chair.
Okay, Chair, it's a legit question. Where is the chief of police?
Okay, would anybody from administration like to answer this?
Mo, can you pause my minutes, please?
Oh, I'm sorry?
It's been over a month. Just curious. As a resident, I'm questioning where the chief is.
Yeah, I think that's I think the mayor answered.
He hasn't been on a job for a year and a half to take a month off.
Ask all the questions and then make it.
Okay. Second question is, why did it take almost 2 weeks for the police department to put any kind of statement regarding about what's going on in the Middle East and safety of our children, safety around schools, mosques, churches, events? As synagogues, any place or religious, we got it's called code red or anything. Why wasn't no text messages, anything given to the parents, sent to the parents, made the parents aware of a reassurance of anything? Every other city around the state did, except us. I called out the department on Saturday on social media. An hour later, they put out a statement. Or actually, an hour later, you sent out an email. And a few hours later, you guys put out a statement. And that statement looks like it's a blanket statement. It was directed to somebody because it says on the bottom, SWOPE continued. Who was that intended to? If the media is not getting it, who was that statement attended to? I'd like an answer to that one, please.
I will say that I actually, I've been having many conversations with Director Swope, believe it or not. Anytime I've asked them to send anybody to the mosque because the mosque has requested it, they were instantly there, even on in Saturday school. And the conversation him and I were having was, Director, I realized that there wasn't an issued statement or anything in writing, and he said that Vanderplow had did a video immediately when it happened. I said, well, there wasn't a statement, and then I believe immediately a statement came out. I think that's where the initial conversation happened. I'm not picking sides. I'm just telling you really that's honestly what
My
happened.
question is, as a department, and they have press releases, our resident safety comes first, our student safety comes first. There are students that walk home, there are students that walk after activities home. No statements was put out. I don't see officers there at night. I don't see officers at the mosques or churches or anywhere else. I don't. What's the plan? Hold on. I know from the plan, when was their plan issued? It was issued Saturday afternoon after they got called out. Every other city around us issued a statement a day or two before. Or I'm sorry, a day or two after. Why did we wait 2 weeks? That's honestly, I want an answer to that. It's a safety. It's a safety concern to residents. I mean,
Council Chair. Okay, once you ask all your questions, then the administration will have an opportunity to answer if they'd like.
My second question is, there's K-9 interviews coming up for K-9 officers. From what I'm hearing is the K-9 officers already been picked before the interviews. And I've gave some council members the names of a certain officers that are going to get the dogs. Another question I have is for Director Vandenplau, if you're gonna send a statement out to people threatening to sue or come after a certain resident, challenge accepted. I'm not here. I'm not intimidated by you. The way you just respect residents, the way you talk to residents is ridiculous.
I'm gonna ask.
Hold on, everyone, hold on.
It's not an attack.
It is.
It's not an attack. It's not an attack. It's not an attack. And then I also asked the city to look back at the cement concrete contract that you guys approved last week, because based on the facts that Mr. Deeb gave at $55 a square cubic feet is wrong. We came out to almost double that amount, if not even triple that amount. You guys should look at that contract. That contract is based on an invoice on a piece of paper, a legal piece of paper in yellow, a yellow legal piece of paper with handwriting on it for almost $2 million. Thank you.
Okay, hold on one second. I just want to give the opportunity for the administration or police department. Would like to answer
Council
any
Chair.
questions?
Well, a lot of the statements were not true. We actually, the first day, we got a call from our federal partners. We've had meetings with our federal partners, you know, the FBI and Department of Homeland Security. You know, we've been meeting with them periodically to make sure, do a threat assessment to make sure that there's nothing gonna happen in our city, obviously with a lot of intelligence going back and forth. So we have been engaged with our federal partners and also the county and state police.
Nobody said you weren't engaged. We said about statements being released.
Okay.
Thank you.
Wait, Hassan, just to be fair, your time is over. So at this point, they have the opportunity to answer your questions if they'd like. You have the opportunity to ask, they have the opportunity to answer or not answer. That's at their discretion. Give me one. All right.
All right. All right, so some of the statements that obviously Mr. Saab has made in the past have been false. Mr. Saab has decided that he wants to, a month ago, he gave me candy in a hallway, right? A month ago, he gave me candy in a hallway. And all of a sudden, I'm the worst leader that has ever walked into the city of Dearborn Heights. There's something wrong there, right? So with that being said, I think there's one thing that happened that started this harassment and the extortion from Mr. Saab against the administration of the police department. Extortion that occurred.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's public record, right?
Well,
Public record. So
I'm asking, please.
Right. Okay. So it's public record. So we know what the event was, where the harassment began, where the extortion began. We know where that is. Okay. In regards to the canine, we haven't had interviews yet. Our police department is as transparent as we can be, right? We, like all of our police officers, we have processes in place where we say, hey, you show up at this time, we interview you, right? There's information being leaked from within our police department from certain people that are that is false, and it's being investigated, and we're going to come down to the bottom of it, and there's going to be major repercussions because it's against policy and it's against the law. And we're not allowing this type of stuff to happen in the police department. We've been harassed for years by a certain person, and our guys at the police department support the fact that I'm not going to allow someone to harass our department. I don't care how much money they spent to get me here. I don't care how much money they spend to get me out of here. I'm confused by that. But with that being said, the canine spots, there's gonna be 2 of them, and we haven't picked anybody yet. Was there another question? Oh, another thing, the protests, or the demonstration that occurred at Crestwood, we had officers there. And the reason why people didn't see our officers there is because the students there did a terrific job. They did a tremendous job, and they're great kids. And our officers didn't have to do anything but drive by, stop the car, and watch the kids speak. And they did a terrific job. And the report from the officers, when I called, hey, how did everything go? It was fine. It's like nothing, nothing happened. It was great. So we were there. We have plenty of plans in place to protect our citizens and our students. But we're not going to tell you, Mr. Saab, what the plan is. We're not going to tell you guys what the plan is, because that'd be stupid. Why would we do that? We're going to tell you what the plan is, and then people are going to attack our children. Absolutely not. We're not going to do that. And that's ridiculous that someone would want us to make a statement. Dearborn Heights has been quiet. There hasn't been major issues. So why would we bring more attention to our city for absolutely no reason? When our city is safe, right? The police department's doing a great job. The citizens are doing a great job. The administration, the council, everyone's working together to make sure our kids are safe. And we got one person or maybe a couple that are trying to make it look out like we're the devil and we don't like our kids in our schools. You think I don't have children? That's just uncalled for, right? And for the people that are leaking the information from our police department, I'll tell you this right now, there's gonna be some major problems.
You know, Council Chair, also the officers that were on the scene, they mentioned that the best walkout actually was at Crestwood. They said they walked out, they did what they had to do and walked back into school. There's some students from other schools we were aware of, or they made us aware of. They actually did the walkout and actually took off so they couldn't track the students. But Crestwood did an amazing job that these kids were so professional. Walked out, they did a walkout basically. It wasn't like really a demonstration. And like I said, you know, like Director Swope said, we were at the school a couple of days ago, you know, myself, Mr. Swope, and Director Vanderplow, you know, we were talking to the principal, and that's some of the stuff that was shared also by the principal, how professional that kids were.
Okay.
And I get one other thing. You know, just because I had to leave the meeting last meeting, but I understand that you know, the administration, including myself, specifically myself, is being called corrupt. And I just want to let the citizens know that there's no corruption at the police department level, right? At the administration level. We were brought in to do a job, and we're doing it. We're holding people accountable, and some people just don't like it, right? And if you want to see corruption, you know, you can Google my name. Please do. You're not gonna find anything. But you Google one other person's name, probably around 2017, you're going to find multiple things that didn't look so good. So, and I think we all know who that person's name is, and maybe we should do that. And then you'll see corruption. You'll see why the city of Dearborn Heights can't move forward and why the police department has been intimidated for years until I came in here and I made sure that we are going to stick up for our guys. That's it. Unless
You know, I mean, on top of that, also Council Chair, you guys have been in closed meetings.
Can I?
You know, what, no, and again, I want the residents to, I mean, aware, I mean, you know, from the statements that were made, you know, we actually have Department of Justice. I don't know if people realize who these guys are. These are Department of Justice, DOJ, that came from Washington, DC, because they found issues that we had in our police department for years. And these guys came in and they've never seen anything like the way it was before. And the reason why we have the leadership right now is because they identified these issues. They made the feds aware, like, hey, we got this X, Y, Z. And because of their experience and also Chief Hart contact with some people from DOJ, they came in and you guys were part of it. First, they sent in, I think, 3. They did a quick assessment. They said, you guys have some major problems. Then they came back actually a few weeks ago. I think it was 9 of them. And they're like, you guys are really, I mean, you know, there's a lot of work to be done. And, you know, Councilman Abdel-Hak mentioned, you know, what the evidence room stuff was chaotic in there. So it's just, you know, I mean, you guys were part of the meetings. So these guys are trying to clean up the department. And I want to go on record because I know it was said before. The only thing I asked in the past when I was appointed, I want law and order in my police station. What mayor in the United States of America asked of the police chief that they want law and order in a police station? If you can't have law and order in your police station, how can you have it in the city? And that's what we had. We had an issue in the past. We're cleaning it. We had the golden boys, you know, the golden circle, whatever they call them.
And I paid a legal opinion, remember that.
Yeah, but my point is, right now, everybody's equal. Everybody's in a circle. So there's nobody's being favored. There's no favorites. You know, everybody's accountable. And you know what? You guys, you know, both Director Vanderplow and Director Swope and the chief extended that you guys can come to the station. And Councilman Wenzel's right there. He can attest in the past. How many times the current council that were on council when I was there asked permission to go to the police station, they were denied. They weren't even allowed to go in there. So you guys have extended the offer to go anytime to the police station, and the offer is always there. Council Chair, you were there also.
I've been.
Yeah, Councilwoman Nancy Bryan, also Councilman Constant, and also Councilman Wenzel. Several times they asked to tour the police station. We were denied. Right now, they're open. So they're open because there's transparency over there right now.
Okay. Councilman Abdel-Hak?
Wow. I did look at the invoices for the cement. It's handwritten. It's some numbers are scratched, written by hand, things like that. And yes, we did look at the cost per square yard or square foot. It's $55. But when I looked at the extras, which we have like $6,909 for cement testing. We have $1,500 for tarp to cover the cement when the total 4 or 5 issues, I looked at them, they don't make any sense. The residents in the city is not responsible for them, which after calculation, cost is a lot higher than it was said, $55. So I would appreciate it if the administration and the engineer look into it, because I believe this guy, Angels, is not the lowest bidder in this job, because all those extras tagged to the bill and they were paid, we shouldn't be responsible for it. Simple and easy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just one last comment, Dave. Just one last comment. Release the FOIA when you have begging in the hallway. When you're begging in the hallway. for the video.
Time's over.
No.
No.
Okay.
It's no. No.
Guys, let's just put this to an end. Guys, please, guys, I want to put this to an end, please. It's 10:30. We got residents here. We got students here.
He's a member of the community, and if he asks a question.
Wait.
So
Allow me to answer the question.
Stop.
That's enough. I don't want to hear it. Let him finish. Go ahead.
Stop. Okay, so in regards to the FOIA that started this whole thing, we completed that FOIA, notified him that FOIA was completed. It's still sitting in records. He hasn't picked it up. So there was an alternate reason for filing that FOIA, and because it's still sitting in records. And the one that's been denied is denied right now, but we will fill that FOIA as soon as we're able to fill the FOIA. There's plenty of exceptions for filling FOIAs, and it will be explained on your denial, but we'll fill it when we're ready.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Next up,
Guys, I want to say something real quick, Council Chair.
let's let the next one.
Hold on for just a quick second, please, guys. These meetings are going way too long. And let me tell you, I just want to make it very clear, only because I've been doing a lot of my own research, because Rachel Lapointe opened my eyes to a few things. If somebody wants to get up there and talk about a cat for 3 minutes.
You have a right to.
You let her talk about the cat for the next, or he or she or whomever it is. If somebody wanted to get up there, and unfortunately to our seniors or students or those who are at home that are watching, if somebody wants to get up there and drop the F-bomb for the entire 3 minutes, free speech says you're allowed to let them say that for the next 3 minutes.
I disagree with that.
I know, but this is the great function of the United States of America. If you don't like the smell or taste of it, plug your nose or close your ears. Those are wise words of a Zam elder. But I want you to know, but it's the beauty of this country, Council Chair. And you're the one man that loves this
everything except
democracy.
profanity. Absolutely.
Right.
But I just want you to know that, we need to also keep in mind that, man, these meetings are going very long. I know the bickering is going back and forth, and if a resident wants to speak his mind, let him speak his mind. If the administration wants to retaliate, let him retaliate.
Grosse Point went till 3 o'clock, I think Hamtramck went to 1 o'clock.
In the morning?
We don't have that much drama though.
I know, I'm just telling you.
All right, go ahead.
Gary Mayatki, Plainfield Street.
Hold on 1 second. Did he get an extra minute? No, thank you.
He's generous tonight.
Gary Mayatki, Plainfield Street, Dearborn Heights. A lot to comment that I could comment on, but that I won't. I'm going to specifically start by, first of all, complimenting Councilman Abdel-Hak for raising the issues with respect to the bidding procedures under item 9D. I'm also going to compliment Council Chair Abdallah for basically suggesting that the matter go to a study session, because that's the prudent thing to keep you from having two overly long meetings to deal with them otherwise. And a compliment to all of you council members for basically going along with that suggestion. Now, here's the main issue though beyond that. Generally, there is no impediment in the city charter to prevent this council from adopting what Councilman Abdel-Hak has proposed. Section 9.1 is not an impediment. It states the city shall enact an ordinance which may be amended from time to time by the city council, establishing competitive bidding procedures, policies, and standards for the purchase of or contracting for materials, supplies, and public improvements. It does not establish limitations on bidding procedures or the scope of bidding procedures, but merely authorizes those procedures to be done by ordinance as opposed to the charter. And how do I know this? Well, I wrote all of these. So moving on to the next point here, remember, you as a body generally have the power over city contracts. It's not specifically stated that you have the power over the contracts in the charter specifically. However, you approve every single collective bargaining agreement, right? That's because you have these powers by nature of being a legislative body. Another point, you have the power of the purse, which basically means that you have the power to control the city budget and all expenditures. Sections 8.5 and 8.9 of the charter clearly give you that power. And then finally, one of the things that you have to understand with respect to all of your powers are that they need to be looked at very broadly. And I would recommend that you all look at section 2.8 of the charter that says the city shall have power to exercise all municipal powers in the management and control of municipal property and the administration of the municipal government, whether such powers be expressly enumerated or not, and to do any act to advance the interests of the city, the good government and prosperity of the municipality and its inhabitants. And I would say that's specifically what Mr. or Councilman Abdel-Hak has proposed is something that would be consistent with that. And although it might need to be tweaked to end up coming into conformity with certain other specific things in the charter, it's the right idea. And I applaud you for doing that. And I applaud you as a body for coming up with the idea of going forward with this. Thank you.
Council Chair, I would just respond that I've seen the 4 times you brought this up. And the motion that Councilman Abdel-Hak mirrors what you had earlier, including your letter or your opinion letter on 8.9. And I think that how the study session, as you stated, is a good way we can argue this and settle this. But you can't divide. You have a legislative entity and you have an executive entity, and the duties are separate. And yes, they have the power of the purse. You're absolutely right. But you will not allow to cross the barriers and mess this up. I've seen all your memos. I've reviewed everything. When I responded to everyone, I included everything you wrote.
Okay.
And I disagree wholeheartedly. I disagree wholeheartedly with what you are saying.
Okay.
If I may respond to that momentarily.
Yeah, I don't want to go back and forth. Okay, 2 sentences and that's it.
2 sentences. I would be glad to address any of these issues. And remember, I'm the one who has 35 years of municipal law experience. Thank you.
I'm so hungry.
Stand right here.
I want to address,
Your time's up,
I
sir.
want to, I just wanted to, I want to make a comment for Councilman Abdel-Hak. Anyway, you know how you said about testing and cement and that? Tell them to use a 6 bag of concrete. It'll last for 25 to 40 years, okay?
Okay, thank you, sir.
Oh, now it's gonna be a
All
lot
right.
of fun.
Now, these
No
two-
Cars, I'll be quick.
No, I understand. Go ahead. You were Jason, correct?
Yes, I'm with Jason.
Okay, so Jason had asked for an extra minute because they'd like to bring an update to the residents on what's going on with the Warren Valley Golf Course. Jason and
Randy.
I'm sorry, Randy.
Yeah, Randy.
I've done a lot of work at the golf course and there's.
No.
Okay,
Time out.
I don't know.
Just let it go. Yeah.
Come on up, Jason. Or whoever's, one of you guys are.
Are you guys separate
I
minutes?
want to introduce him because I've been a proud resident and business owner right by the golf course, within a half a mile for 30 years.
What do you own?
Randy's Bar and Grill.
Oh.
I thought everybody knew that.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. Anyway, I'm in a bar business. Co-op
You got a good tuna sandwich.
One, thanks, Mom. I just want to say that I've seen the ups and downs with that course over 30 plus years, and it's never looked better. I mean, it looks fabulous in a short period of time. So I think that give him some time, give that staff some time, and you're gonna see some quality things. It's gonna be nice. I appreciate your time.
No problem. Thank you,
Okay.
Randy.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, guys. Sorry, Randy. Not in this time.
Extra minute.
Actually, yeah, but you did ask for it and you do have it.
I'm gonna give you an extra minute and 5 seconds. I'm feeling a little generous today.
Thank you. My name's Jason. I'm honored and privileged to maintain the grounds at Warren Valley Golf Course for this great community. I am a golf guy. I would love to be up here talking to you about how we've improved the drainage at the golf course and how it used to shut down for 3 days every time it rained, and now we're open the next day, right? I'd love to talk to you about how the greens are rolling at an 11 and we've used the top USGA sand at that golf course. But I had a nice meeting with Councilman Abdel-Hak, and he helped me to realize that only 1 in 7 people in this community use that golf course. And while there may be 10,000 golfers, there's still a community, right? And so I wanted to talk a little bit about what the community and how it benefits from the golf course, what we do. These are things that we currently do, right? So these aren't things that I've commented. We promise to make these changes. These are the things that we've done since we stepped onto that golf course, right? As far as the community impact, let's start with youth golf. You may not know this, but both Dearborn High School, Crestwood High School, boys and girls, JV and varsity, they not only use the golf course, we give every one of those kids free memberships at the golf course.
Can I pause you for a second?
Sure.
I golf at the Warren Valley Golf Course and I see this and they drive me crazy because they're pushing their carts and they take forever, but good job though. Good job.
You cannot interrupt. You got to tap that chair.
Yeah, let him say it.
We offer the same thing to Annapolis, and we hope that they'll use, the facilities as well. The first tee of Greater Detroit, it doesn't just teach kids how to play golf. It teaches life skills, it teaches education, it provides scholarships. We offer Warren Valley free to the first tee of Greater Detroit. Every Thursday, they do junior camps there. Now, they offer 3 different junior camps a year, one in the spring, one in the summer, one in the fall. The cost for those junior camps, which are 6 weeks long, are only $30. We've offered and we actually pay for any child who can't afford to go into that junior golf camp to participate in the First Tees program. We'll continue. That's a standing offer. Stop in our pro shop if any parents are struggling. We want kids introduced to the game.
Good for you. Good job.
Pause that right there. I'm gonna give him a round of applause for that one.
So a lot of people don't realize what a golf course does to raise money for a community. So every Saturday, every Sunday, there are golf outings for local football teams, baseball teams, hockey teams, churches, charities, right? They use that golf course to raise money, tens of thousands of dollars doing golf outings. Those all go back into the community and benefit the community. There's also a big misconception that people have to pay to use the golf course. Now, you may not know this, but we've actually put in a practice facility that is free, open to the public. You can always come to that golf course and pay without paying a dime,
right? That golf course has you can hit 100-yard practice shots, chip shots out of fairway. There's a bunker there. We're also putting in a driving range right now, right? That driving range will be fully open. We'll do free junior clinics, free senior clinics. Anybody who can't afford to play golf, but you can't hit driving ranges, you find me, I'll make sure that you have the opportunity to use that driving range. Now, another thing people don't realize is seniors have been able to play golf at Warren Valley for $5. That is the cost of what we're charging seniors to pay golf only, right? There's a cart fee if they want to take a cart, but they can play anytime before 9 a.m. Monday through Thursday for $5 for 9 holes, for $10 for 18 holes. I'm waiving that. Next year, any resident senior of Dearborn Heights will play Warren Valley Monday through Thursday before 10 a.m. No green fee at all. If they want to take a cart, they'll take a cart fee. If they want to walk, no fee at all. Same as the high school students.
Oh, that's nice.
Not only have we been good partners to the community as far as providing back to the community, but as a company, we've given donations to the Animal Welfare Society, Dearborn Heights Parks and Recs, American Legion, Dearborn Fire Department, Women of DTE, U of M Dearborn Athletics, First Tier Greater Detroit, Carefree Capping, Schoolcraft College, CompuWare, even Jamie's Kids. And I could go on and on to places that we've given donations and will continue to give donations. The last thing I want to address in the 15 seconds is transparency, and this is super important to me. Every dollar that has been invested in that golf course has gone directly back into that golf course. And my organization has not profited $1, not $1 since we've stepped on there. In fact, we're doing it at a significant loss. And I actually invite City Council to come inspect our books. They're completely open to you. We will be transparent for the entire time we're here. You always have access to those books. That said, the golf course is open because of bilateral cooperation between council and the mayor's office. This is a success story that's all of ours to share. Abdel-Hak, Councilor Abdel-Hak, you had said, you know, we need to quit spreading rumors. If we have questions, let's ask each other. I encourage the same things to you guys, right? If you have any questions about that golf course, I'm there 6 days a week. You have my number. I email you, frequently. We're a completely open book and we'll continue to be that way. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Council Chair.
Council Chair, I just want to give,
Councilman Abdel-Hak.
I'm just gonna say one word, one
Go
word.
ahead.
I swear one word. I promise you. Jason, you're all class, man. Thank you for coming out here. I know this took a lot of, courage to be here.
Let's do.
Yeah. I love you, man. Good job.
All right, go ahead.
Jason, where I'm coming from, I didn't know who you are, what you are, and you explained to me how you came into this, issue. And I went to look at the golf course. I was really happy with what you done. And this is our money we put in. And I know you didn't make any money in the first year. You were working, spending our money. But I expect as resident that this money we invested there, we need to get the maximum out of it for our residents, our students, our seniors, our non-profit organization, anything you can do. That's what I'm asking you. And I think in your heart, you understand what I'm saying. And if I have any questions, believe me, I will call you from now on.
Thank you.
And I will say what's on my heart and keep open communications with you because I want this to be a success story for our city. Now, about the liquor license, it's okay. I know that's where you make your money. How long you expect before you can open and you start, making a profit, basically?
It's not up to us, right? So Lara, the state licensing commission ultimately is controlling the liquor license. We still don't have it. I do know a lot of people are working on it and they seem to be trying hard. We're told because there's construction still occurring that it's difficult to release the liquor license, right? So we're hoping that by next spring it is there, and it would really harm our business if we didn't have a liquor license.
I know you start paying rent and I saw the books. And I know you expect to make more money with the liquors. I just want to wish you good luck.
Thank you.
And you have my phone number. If you need any help, any support, just call me anytime.
Appreciate that. Thank you all for your time.
All right. Thank you, Jason.
Thanks, Jason.
Good job.
We have Zoom.
Anybody else?
We have Tim Emery.
Wait, who's coming up?
Oh,
Okay, go ahead, finish your 30 seconds.
Hold on.
30 seconds.
Hold on. Go ahead.
I have sent 4 FOIAs to the police department. They responded within 2 days. Video, 2 days. I read, the next day it was available. No complaints. But when something's under investigation, folks, it will not get disclosed. If it's not under investigation, the police department will not withhold the information. So what's the problem here? The problem is that people want to sit there and talk. I got the FOIA in my hand. I'll send it to every single one of you guys. Just to show you that the police department FOIA coordinator always responds to my FOIA. The second day, I've never seen that. It's very quick. So it's under investigation. It is what it is.
Yes, thank you.
So I gotta tell you, and the police department is doing a great job, just to let everybody know. Just because you got a vendetta against the mayor, you want to take it on the police department, this and that. Come on, man.
That's it.
Cash
All
done.
right.
Thank you.
Cash, you're done.
All right.
Thank you.
Anybody else in the audience that would like to comment? Anybody else on Zoom that would like to comment? Where?
We got.
Tim. Tim Emery.
Oh, Tim, go ahead.
Is it?
Okay, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, good. Now, this gentleman from the golf course, he mentioned the 2 high schools of Crestwood and Annapolis. You know, we have another high school in Dearborn Heights, and I'd like us to be included with that.
Hold on 1 second, Tim. Is it all the high schools?
Jason, that's Robichaud.
Westwood.
Westwood
Wait, you know
Community
what?
School.
Tim, can you do me a favor?
Yes.
One quick second. Tim, can you contact, if you could do me a favor, Jason, give George your phone number, your contact info. And Tim, can you contact Jason, and he's willing to work with every high school. I'll apologize on his behalf. He's not lived in this area for too long, so he doesn't have all the high schools memorized. He didn't mean to.
You know I will. You know, I'm trying to work with you guys.
Absolutely. So Jason, give George your contact info. And then Tim, if you could contact George tomorrow morning, she'll give you all the contact info for him.
I appreciate that.
No problem. Thank you, Tim. Anybody else on Zoom?
Go home.
Anybody else in the audience? Motion to adjourn. Motion adjourned.
Second.
By Councilwoman Breyer.
Hi, everybody.
What?
No, somebody got their hand.
Okay, Eddie B. Eddie B, go ahead.
Who? What? Oh, God.
Eddie B, go ahead.
Hey, how you guys doing? My name is Hattie Baydoun. I actually live on Sim Street. I was just at the council meeting. I just want to thank you guys as a whole. I appreciate you guys very much.
My little brother, by the way. Hattie, go to sleep.
Keep up the good work. Keep up the good work.
All right, thank you, Eddie. Motion adjourned by Councilman Baydoun, seconded by Councilwoman Breyer. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Well, we have to follow protocol. Madam Clerk, take roll call.
I already hung up.
All right,
I'll take my vote.
good night.